Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, and this is the Eve Universe Show. How's it going, guys? Is that one going to work? That one's better, I think. This one's better, I think. Let's stick with this one. Hey! I think, yeah, chat's there. Yes, everything's good. All right, we got a lot to go over today. We're going to be talking about some current events, including the Magic School Bus. We're going to look at the new Scope video from this weekend or Friday. We're going to discuss whether or not Eve is dead or not still. I've got some cool stuff to show you, including a new Faction Warfare map, and we're going to talk about Paragon and some Faction Warfare mechanics and stuff. So, I'm a little quiet. Oh yeah, I am. Look at that. Hey, how's that? Good morning, Metroid. All right. So, but first, I wanted to explain what I said during the opening stream. So, Thursday. Friday went so wrong I didn't even stream. Thursday, or whenever it was, I did a stream and like everything was going wrong. I couldn't hear anything. We like limped through it and that was fine. But I wanted to make sure things were fixed. And so during the pre-show, I was like, things are going much better, knock on wood. And then like 20 seconds later, I knock my coffee and it spills all over my desk. But only like a quarter. So that's why you don't say such things like that. I told you it was at least 30% funny. All right. Let's see. Oh, yeah, before we begin with the main stuff though, it doesn't, I mean, I do have like a wooden desk, but it's got like a finish on it, so it's not that big of a deal. And it didn't hit the keyboard, so, you know, we're fine. We're fine. No news on the Twitch situation, but I've also kind of like stopped. I barely check once a day now, so because I kind of don't care. Yeah, go ahead and thank you, Ardenika. If you like what I do, please go ahead and hit a like, because that's what convinces YouTube to share it with other people. And of course, chatting in chat also helps. But so on Thursday, I said to you guys that I would be streaming on Friday, like for sure, which is, again, this is why I'm not allowed to say things like that, because I immediately turned around and when my son got home, he reminded me that on Friday, he had no school. So awesome. So I couldn't, so that was that. So I was going to edit some videos, but so like, look, I know I say this a lot, and I'm definitely not saying it as an excuse, but I have ADHD, right? And so this leads to certain quirks, especially when it comes to games. I have a tendency to kind of vanish into a game for a couple of days if it really hooks me really well. The last one was No Man's Sky. Got back into that and just like, oh, it consumed like entire, like 3 days went by, and I don't think I got anything productive done at all. But so I got into this new game that I couldn't stop playing. Like literally, I woke up every morning at like 8 a.m., immediately got on the computer, and then didn't get off the computer until like 11 or 1, and ate like a meal a day. No, I ate okay. And I took care of my son, obviously, when he needed me. But otherwise, I was playing this game all weekend instead of doing my editing. I apologize. This game is called EVE Online, and I'd love to tell you more about it. I have not been this excited to play EVE Online, this like completely enraptured, I guess, completely enthralled by EVE Online in a very long time. And you know the amazing thing is, I haven't even run a single Plex yet, because there's too many things to do right now. For the most part, I remembered that I'm the CEO of a corporation, and therefore I need to bust my hump too. So I spent most of the time hauling things around, getting things ready, starting to build stuff, doing some hacking and scanning for the Warfront, all that kind of stuff. So um, yeah, didn't get my video editing done, but I do hope that you guys can at least appreciate the excuse why. But we're back now. I decided to do another Monday stream because for the Friday stream didn't go on. Also, and I hope to mention this a few times during the stream, uh, it is the end of the competition. You have until Wednesday to contract me your proof of earning from the faction warfare event, or not the Build a Gate competition. Why is OBS like full screen and not able to do anything else besides full screen? That's unfortunate. So you got to contract to me your tokens or ships, only ships that were gotten before the event ended, and send me like a link of any kill mails that you got in those ships, like losses before the event ended, and you can win prizes. And right now, I will say this: not ever, all 20 spots are not filled yet. So, if you have tickets, you should submit because there's a reasonable chance that you'll at least get a couple skins. Because after Wednesday, I just start distributing. Is it in projecting mode? Uh, maybe. I don't know. I was playing around with something with some stuff. Like I was pulling out the other windows into windowed mode. I probably did something. So part of the problem is that well, not problem. One of the new features is I actually have a drawing tablet now. I mean, I have had a drawing tablet, but I finally got it working and set up right. So, hold on a second. So I can't really demonstrate it right now, but in theory, soon I'll be able to do like write on it, and you guys will be able to see it and all that sort of stuff. I can use it as a mouse, but for now, it's just kind of working as a third monitor to be able to put like the content up, so that way I'm not uh, chasing my windows all over the place. But because it's plugged in as a third monitor, it seems to be causing a lot of problems with Windows 11. Like when I try to do a snipping tool, it now only covers like the 70% of the top left corner. Um, so I could probably figure out how to fix it, but I haven't gotten that far yet. So the fact that something else is happening on a different screen where it's full screen, but I don't have the ability to turn it down, I'm just going to assume it has something to do with the same problem. Try Gaizo. We'll talk about it afterwards. Right now, it's not that big of an issue. All right. Yeah, Windows 11 isn't great, but what can you do? All right. Is there anything else I want to talk about before we jump into the other stuff? Um, oh yeah. And speaking of giveaways, I still owe 2,000 Plex, as it says over there. Um, I was thinking about figuring out doing that giveaway after the Build a Gate competition is over, so after Wednesday, just because like my brain is in so many different places. But suffice it to say, what it's going to be is I'm going to start giving away prizes to a random commenter on my videos. So if you want to be eligible for those things, or at least aware of those things, I would follow my YouTube channel, which is here, and check out the videos. If you watch the live stream, of course, you'll see them when I record them. and then you'll know which one to go to and comment on. Faction Warfare update has been awesome. I never thought I'd be on the same grid as Dark Shines and Extra Squishy. Yeah, it has been absolutely bonkers. A lot of people have been having a lot of fun with it. Um, the thing I think had the most impact for me, that a lot of people didn't see ahead of time, was the um, the Navy complexes. At least I didn't foresee its full impact. So the detail is that there are now, it used to be that each plex allowed, besides novice and open, which are the smallest and largest, for all of the other plexes, it was T2 and down of its size category, with T3 being in the next scale up, right? So, for instance, smalls are T1 and T2 destroyers. T3 destroyers couldn't be used until mediums. Mediums were T1 and T2 cruisers, with T3 cruisers not being able to be used until large, right? So this is fine, but the new system is that there are now advanced plexes, ADV, I think it was, that is effectively those same rules. But now there are also Navy plexes, NVY, and those only allow T1 and Empire faction frigates, or Empire faction ships. So, and they're very strict about that. Like, not even the Gnosis is allowed, which I kind of grumbled about. But the thing is that this is regardless of the plex size. This is the part I didn't get, right? So a large complex allows battleships and down, but a Navy large complex only allows T1 and Navy faction battleship down. So no recons, no logistics, no assault frigates, no Bouchers, none of that stuff. No T2 is allowed in that plex. It doesn't matter the size. That's the big difference. So what that led to, that plus the increase in the amount of plexes that are available, what that has led to is that just running around in Navy ships of all sizes is now way more viable. We have people running around with Navy Exequerors. We got people running around in Navy Brutixes, all kinds of stuff, because you can spend most of your time in the Navy plexes, and know that only other T1 and Navy can come in. That's incredible. That means that a Navy large complex doesn't have a curse inside. You don't have to worry about it, right? They don't just get to go in because it's a larger complex, which I find very, very interesting indeed. The other thing is that the payouts have been really good, and the payout is greater in the front lines. Now, for a little while, it seemed that the two, at least on the Galente Caldari side, the sides were mostly kind of avoiding each other, being happy to plex their own places in order to be able to get the full points, and just kind of poking at things. But I think we're already starting to see a shift where the players are kind of starting to execute their plans for the future. However, there has actually been a pretty interesting problem, which is it would appear as if the entire advantage system is kind of hosed right now, to the point where I can only describe to you what we've seen or what's been reported to me or whatever, because we don't know. It does not appear to be behaving the way you would expect it to. So we assume that there are certain bugs, and we don't know whether or not other things are happening because it's a bug or happening because we don't understand it or something along those lines. So the most obvious example of this, which is actually pretty funny, when you get a supply depot, I was going to talk about this later, but maybe we'll touch on it again later. But I'll give you at least this one. Supply depots and supply caches represent your advantage. So once you gain advantage, these things start spawning, and if the enemy goes and destroys them, you'll lose that advantage. The problem is, or rather, the bug is that it seems that the NPCs that are supposed to be guarding the supply caches are in fact attacking and destroying their own supply caches, which beyond everything else makes everything else very, very challenging. um, so I've gotten at least 4 different reports of this. It's obviously a problem, and it's probably one of the reasons why most of the sites have not actually gotten solid advantage going in any given area yet, with the exception of, or like, in addition to the fact that propaganda towers are so hard to get, you'd basically have to run rendezvous points. Yeah, they're very killable, but I've gotten reports of them being like people watching them be shot by their own militia, um, and like rats. And we have even had a supply depot that was killed while we had people in the system actively scanning and combat scanning. So we still don't know exactly what's happening. Also, the way that the advantage system kind of affects each other's systems have been kind of confusing. It seems that perhaps listening posts are not working quite yet, or and like sometimes the towers don't seem to influence advantage the way you would expect. So we're still playing around with it, and there should be a patch tomorrow. And from my understanding, tomorrow is the target date for the release of the new battlefields, which at that point, like right now, we're kind of beta testing the final features, right? Like I know like Sissy's a thing, like not the Sissy test, but we're live. We're doing the live run, right, for the first week. And so tomorrow, once the battlefields come in, I think that that's going to change a lot too. But hopefully they kill. Yeah, Spoons personally watched uh, Fed Navy rats kill a depot, kill the Fed depot. Think ghost site on steroids for what? Wait, what? Hold on. Actually, ironically enough, while running around trying to find the data sites, I've made quite a bit of ISK just doing the ghost sites that I find, because they added a 5th can that goes above the 4 evenly spaced cans, and that can always has the doodad that's required for capitals. So, I mean, obviously prices are changing a lot recently, but it is estimated usually at about 44 million. So, hey, what's up, man? Glad you caught us. Um, is the chat working on the screen at all? At all? Maybe. I don't know. Let's find out. Uh, nope. Okay. Give me a second. I I'll play an ad while I fix this, or try to fix it. All right. I feel like Metrocity's like seriously judging me right now, and I guess maybe I deserve it. All right. Try that. See if the bot responds to that, because I don't know. I think I did something wrong, or I did something wonky when I went live today, and so that might have been what is interfering with the chat. But I don't know. Whatever. YouTube's kind of weird with chat, from my understanding. Um, But I do want to talk more about the faction warfare stuff. But before we do, I want to talk a little bit about why I'm on Sissy, because this is relatively short. There's a pretty small patch that happened this morning. Uh, I commented last week, I don't remember exactly where, but I think I wasn't the only one that noticed. But all of the rats, especially the Kaldari rats, were doing explosive and thermal damage, which is, or sorry, yeah, explosive and no, explosive and EM damage, which is like exactly wrong, right? Like if they're using hybrids, they should use kinetic and thermal. And if they're using missiles, they can theoretically do anything, but they should tend to go towards kinetic just to match the profile of the race, right? So this morning on Hobo Leaks, they changed all of those. So it's true on Sissy. We'll probably get it tomorrow. Um, this is going to be big, maybe. Yeah. We'll go like that for now. All right. So what we can see here. So we have these attribute changes, and you can see that they've lost their EM damage, and they've gained, or they've lost their EM and explosive damage and gained kinetic and thermal damage. So that's correct. Basically, they just corrected all the state cruisers. Um, or state ships, I should say, and any of the other miscellaneous ones. And then they added some text to the skins that they introduced at the last patch, which I think was on Friday. So we didn't look at the skins last time, so we're going to look at them real quick now, and that's why I'm on Sissy. So let's look at them. Oh, hold on. Okay. So let's look at this new skin. It's the Tercio Rojo skin. This special issue nano coating commemorates the famed kits of the Society of Conscious Thought, known for producing daring explorers and formidable warriors. As is often the way of the SSCT kits, the ancient Tercio Rojo kits evolved in directions away from warfare and exploration, eventually shifting to a new name along with its new focus on other areas of education and training. The traditions of the kits lives on in various splinter kits and those few older institutions that took the Tercio Rojo explorers and philosopher warriors wishing to continue along their chosen path. I don't know anything about this name. When I Google it, I get a picture of a fez. So I'm going to have to do some research into that. But let's look at this skin real quick. And that looks pretty good, I'd say. It seems to have like a red front, almost like a carbon fiber back with carbon. No, it's carbon fiber throughout. So but it's red in the front and gray in the back. It's a pretty simple design. It's just a recolor. Under normal conditions, I would think that this is like for Capsuleer Day or something like that. You love these ships. I mean, the Synesis is good for transportation at very least. So I have a theory as to what these are for, but just realize that this is 100% theory. Like this is just spitballing. This is just my observation this morning going, oh, maybe that's what it is. Okay. So even more likely to be wrong than normal. So there's 4 different skins available here. They don't have a diamond, which tells me that it likely is some sort of like login reward or something like that, right? Like this is a track. So the question that I have is, what could this be for? I suspect oh no. I suspect this might have something to do with it. So the Alliance tournament is coming up. It was this weekend, the first weekend of it, of the main Alliance tournament, and it goes on through next weekend. And the new ships and prizes have been announced. And there's this picture here, which seems to show a bunch of ships that appear to have a color scheme kind of similar to what we see there, right? Not, I mean, we can't obviously see it very close. So again, this is 100% speculation. But when I see something that looks like that, and then I see something that looks like this, I could very well see these being a login reward during the AT, right? It's probably for Christmas. We are pretty still far off from that. And also, we would normally get the like additional Aurora Universalis. Like I would expect getting like the new Navy ships in Aurora Universalis for Christmas this year. These do not. I mean, yes, they're red, but they don't quite look like Winter Festival. Although it would make it kind of like the SOCT. Isn't the SOCT involved in the AT this year in some way? Yeah. All right, Danica. That's it's unfortunate. There's already Halloween. Yes, I understand there's already holiday decorations, but the winter event usually comes in like mid-December because they want it. Even though they let it run for extra long, they usually let it go for 3 weeks instead of 2. What CCP likes to do is put on the winter event and then go on vacation, right? So they want it to cover New Year's and Christmas. Also, the Yule festival is more about New Year's than Christmas and Eve. Like the Yule Yule Star skin. The Yule Star skin is based on Christmas because a lot of the Christmas tradition for Eve is based on the fact that Iceland has some pretty strong traditions when it comes to Christmas. In fact, CCP's come out with a couple videos about the Yule Lads, and the Yule Lads now exist like in Eve as like a series of posters you can collect, warning you against them, their own versions. But this skin here looks pretty meh right now, but during the month of Christmas or December, it gets this bar down the center that has a bunch of, it fills up. I'm not showing anything. There's a bar right here that fills up like block by block all the way up until Christmas. So it's the 12 days before Christmas. And then on Christmas, there's a green light that comes out the front and it shines through New Year's or a little bit after. So yeah, this is like this is the Christmas skin that they like to sell. And then often when they're over the last few years, they give out these skins, a new line of these for the Christmas giveaways. The thing is that 4 skins wouldn't actually be very much for the Christmas holiday because you've got 12 days of presents. What a great running gag that is. You mean me not showing you guys what I'm talking about? Yeah, I do. A lot of people like the Aurora Universalis. In fact, All right, Danica, if you need a set, I can give you a set of the ones that are at least skins. Um, yeah. It's a gag. It's totally a gag. Exactly. Isn't it funny? Okay, talk to me after. Um, so yeah, that's about it about the skins and Sissy. So I think we can just close this now. Boom. And here we are in Jita. This is on Tranquility now. Um, and while we didn't do the economic report this year, or this last one, I'll probably do the next one, or maybe even circle back. But in the meantime, I do want to highlight some of the economics going on that I've noticed. Now, I'm not like the lone wolf or any of those guys, or Oz, so stay with me. But here's my layman's interpretation of things. So here's Plex, right? And here's the price of Plex. What I find interesting here is that this channel in the last couple of days has blown up. Not just the numbers going up, but this means that the it's sold for lower and it's been bought for higher or whatever than normal. But you can definitely see that Plex is still quite high. It's hard to say whether or not it's stabilized. It seems to have stabilized in November at around 4.8. But right now, the cheapest one is 5. So what could potentially be doing this? One, well, let's be frank, the game's actually doing pretty good right now, right? Like the peak concurrent user has been really good. I've actually been watching it multiple times during the day. And what I find is that week over week, we've been seeing approximately a 20% increase in our numbers. So like 20% more people on at any given time versus exactly 1 week before. And that's really awesome. And then on top of that, we also have like tweets. Hilmar said that they had the biggest daily active users, which means like we only see the peak concurrent users. That's how many people are logged in at the same time. But we don't know how many people like log in and then log out, and then a different person logs in and logs out. But CCP does. That's their daily active users. Now, they didn't give us an exact number, but he did say that this was the highest it has been since 2020, which is, obviously 2020 was big time pandemic. So, everybody said that, oh, there's a big spike in popularity because of the pandemic. Well, the popularity of last week was already as much of an impact as that, which is already impressive. The thing is that the knowledge that this expansion is actually pretty darn good, and the knowledge that Eve has a really fun new player experience now. It's got like a fully fleshed out game to it. That information is slowly starting to trickle out. People are starting to catch wind. A lot of people are starting to come back. So I think that we're going to just see this number go higher. Those people are going to potentially be wanting to Plex their account. You get everybody. In fact, you can still get it until the 22nd. If you haven't done it yet, log in every one of your characters and claim 7 days of free Omega in the Nest store, in the premium store. It's totally free. And I think that it's possible that is A, bringing back a lot of people, but B, the natural inclination is, well, I've got these 7 days. Now I got to figure out how to Plex to get to the end, to keep going. And we're entering to the end of that 7 days if that's exactly what you did. So there could be a lot of Plex or potentially Plex being picked up or not, or more importantly, not being sold. Because the thing is that we also see, it's not like we see a gigantic spike in volume to correspond with it, like we did back here with this big spike. It's not actually a spike in volume. It's just a fluctuation in prices, which I would like to suggest means something about availability, right? So now there's more people that are using their Plex on things or whatever than trying to sell off Plex. Probably because the people that are coming back are disproportionately further along in the game, right? These aren't probably as many new players, and new players are not necessarily buying Plex to fund themselves right away. So it's always it's a kind of that mid tier. So it seems like there's a lot of people that are buying the Plex with not as much people selling the Plex. But there's another reason why there could be that going on, because these are I don't agree with the business decision to boost the numbers, but I'll get to that in just a second. So these packages in the New Eden store are actually really good. Like, the more I've looked at them, if you like these skins at all, these are really good deals, to the point where I already bought one. That's why you can't see it here, right? Because the skins that were part of the Galente collection was worth it to me, and I didn't even need the 300 Plex or the 30 days of game time. So these packages come with skins that are actually pretty darn valuable, and often kind of hard to get right now. Like, this is actually not hard to get, but it is like 300 Plex on its own right. I know there's a lot of people that are liking the Semitique Superliminal skins, but Chainbreaker Kumok is always a wonderful skin for the Mimitar. And let's see if there's any that jumps out to me. Ghost Bird skins are always really popular. Vital Shift Ego is pretty frequently seen as people's favorite. This thing, the glowing lines turn blue when you're in warp. So there's some really good skins as part of these offerings. So if you like the skins, you get a month of game time. So you're really only paying 500 Plex for everything else in the package. So I suspect that is also causing people to spend their Plex. Or maybe people are just holding on to it. So why not buy something real that you can actually enjoy in real life? Because I enjoy my ships and skins in EVE in real life. Because I'm in real life playing the game, enjoying my experience. I mean, why get a pretty picture to put on the wall? It's not like it does anything. Or a plant. That's just work. No. So the thing about boosting the numbers is I actually see it very, very differently. CCP has effectively been, embarrassed is the wrong word, but hesitant to put their game out there as much since 2018, 2019. Because they know that there are things, actually technically since 2016, they know that there are things about the game that, like, basically, if people come and join the game, they're just going to go from being a potential player to an ex-player. CCP has never had a problem with getting people to come and check out EVE. They've always had a problem with getting them to stay with EVE. So by and large, there hasn't been much of a push to actually bring people in by CCP, outside of a couple sporadic ones. So by giving everyone 7 days of Omega, I see this as CCP being so sure of this expansion that they're willing to put that on the table to convince people to come and check it out. And if you think about it, it's actually kind of brilliant, right? Because, like, sure, you lose out on a week's worth of subbing for all of the people that are subbed, but it's a free to play game anyways. So it's just kind of 7 days to come check it back out as an Omega instead of as an Alpha, which is pretty incredible, and has definitely worked. So no, I don't think it's just to boost the numbers. I think it's because they want everyone to come and check out this expansion right now. That's what you do during an expansion, and it makes total sense to me. And it seems to be working. So I don't know. I can't say anything bad about it. I'm the right person for your question. Counterpoint, you don't require a computer or an internet connection for anything physically existing. Unless my computer is the thing that physically exists, or my phone, or why buy any video games at all? By that logic, none of them physically exist. None of them are worth anything. What are we doing with our lives? Let's all go slave in at our jobs even longer, so that way we can buy physical things. And Solstice, I really like you, so don't think I'm like trying to put you down. It's just like I get the mentality, but you gotta break out of them sometimes. It's easy to see things from a specific framework, especially with how polarizing the last few months have been, right? Like, no one is wrong for being skeptical right now. Just know that a lot of people are having a lot of fun right now, so it's worth checking out, you know? Yeah, you started checking the game since they gave out 7 days. The other big thing is, guys, remember, if you haven't already done so, it does not matter how old your account is at all. If you go to a buddy code, it will now give you the option to log in if you already have an account. And if you log in, then the if you haven't already used your buddy code, or if you haven't already linked your account with a buddy code to somebody else, it'll do so. You get 1 million free SP. It doesn't matter how old your character is. Ashtarothi got 1 million free SP by linking her account. And the interesting thing is that, like, if you've ever, you can do it to your own accounts. You don't have to do it with mine or whatever. Or you can do it with anybody's accounts. Do I have it? Yeah, there it is. There's my 1 million free SP on my I'm on Ashtarothi's account, just on and out. But and my account's 2010. In fact, I actually buddy coded her to an account that was older than her. So, but the feature is back, so you can keep doing it now. And the other interesting thing is, if you've ever bought Plex or Omega, I think it is, then the person who you buddy code instantly gets those rewards. So we've also been seeing a lot of people, like Nth Dimensional got his Marshall, which is really good. But there's also tons of people now just going around and spamming people. Hey, here's 1 million free SP. Use this link. Not even explaining like what's going on. So I bet those people are raking it in, or raking it in rather. I know I got 15, I think it was, stacks of Masters of Arms Cerebral Accelerators, and that was without encouraging anyone to actually do it, like use my code or whatever. It's just people just voluntarily did it. So that is a lot, because that's like 58, I think, or I can't remember. I did the math at some point, but yeah. You're touching all my nerves today. Why? Because you don't like the 1 million free SP? Here's my argument about it, okay? The fact that the buddy code exists and gives people 1 million free SP makes it so that it encourages people to make a new account instead of accepting the one that they built naturally. It puts a lot of strain on GMs because they have to manually wire them up if you petition them up until this point. But more importantly, it's just simply fair. Now everyone gets a million free SP by using a buddy link, and it doesn't matter, right? So it's the same as like when they gave away uh it's the same but opposite of the fact that whenever they gave away remaps, like you now have the same, like a certain number of remaps when you make a new character. Well, that's every time that CCP has ever given a free remap. It's just now everyone gets it in perpetuity. So this way, just everybody gets the million free SP. Congratulations. You now get, as a starting player, you get 1 million unallocated and 400,000 or 400, yeah, 400,000 allocated. Cool, cool. If you haven't picked it up yet, it's not too late. Go back and get it. And it's fine as far as I'm concerned. What bothers me about it is that this is how people complained about CCP and SP inflation when CCP wanted to sell them, but this is okay. Now, full disclosure, if you go back on my videos, my argument is that it's not only okay for CCP to sell SP, the real problem was that we were ever allowed to sell SP. SP comes from CCP. So the fact that we could sell SP in the first place is what led to SP farms, which led to massive multi-boxing explosions and stuff like that. I could now subsidize my account rather than having to sell my account to get the value out of that SP. And that was dramatically different, and it continues to impact this game in an incredibly bad way, in my opinion. So CCP undercutting those people and therefore making it less profitable, I think can only be considered a good thing. And CCP are the arbiters of SP anyways. So I just think that CCP should be the source of certain things. Players should be the source of other things. Those shouldn't be mixed. And that means that CCP shouldn't be providing free ships without us building them. And we should not be providing SP because that comes from CCP. That's what I think. How do I reverse link an existing character? If you use a buddy link at the bottom of the page now, they'll be like, or you already have an account. And you can click on that and log in. And then it'll link you to the account that you just used. How much did you miss of the stream? Not yet. We just went and looked at some of the new skins on Singularity. And now we're just kind of debating some of the points about the 7 days and other stuff about the changes in Uprising. And the million free SP. And other stuff like that. Yeah, I don't buy into the SP inflation thing. I just think that the number of times I've talked to somebody and like a new player, he's totally pumped, totally excited. Like he's one of the like awesome, like totally dialed in new players. Just got into it, checking it out, maybe a streamer or whatever. I start talking to him. He's trying to figure out what to do. And then I ask, hey, did you get your million free SP? And they go, no. And I'm like, oh, well, now what do I do? Well, make a new account, scratch this identity and all your work, because if you made a new account, it would be higher up. Or, often I'll say, well, just have two accounts. This character can train towards something and the other account will train towards something. But about a year ago, a little bit more, or around that time, I wasn't fully tracking it. They started making it so that you could petition the GM with a buddy code and they would link the two up manually. So they've been doing that for quite some time, but you would have to know to do that. And therefore, we still have tons of people that are just disappointed, right? You take the most excited people, and the first thing you do is you tell them, oh, by the way, you might need to abandon your character and make a new one. Or petition and wait for 2 days for them to fix something. Not the best first, step, best foot forward. I had actually recommended to CCP that if they wanted to do something like that, they could offer it. I actually suggested either give it as a reward for joining a player corp, because the real thing is connecting with another person, or even as an offer for that is only available if you go to the EVE Academy website or something along those lines, right? Because this idea of giving people an opportunity to get that million free SP if they missed it with the buddy code is, I think, really important, because it's not like a normal situation where you had an opportunity and you missed it, right? Like people didn't realize that they had that opportunity, and so they should have that million free SP. And then for everybody who made their characters before this change, they could call foul that they never got their million free SP. And so now they did. Nobody can bitch unless they don't like, unless you're bitching because you don't like free things. So that's what I think about. And the whole SP inflation thing, unless you're talking about the value of SP and like deflation, I think that that's 1,000% a good thing. If you're talking about people having too much SP, I think that that's not a problem in the least. Especially, so a million. The nice thing about giving away SP is that it disproportionately rewards newer players. A million free SP is huge when you have 500,000 SP total. But if you have 86 million SP, getting an extra million SP is like, oh, cool. I get to have one of my skills completed, right? Like, oh, look, that's half of a skill that I need to train. So I actually think that it all around is a good thing. It'll be interesting to see what CCP says about it after the fact. Now, that said, I am very suspicious and skeptical of the bonus reward thing, right? The fact that I got Master Arms Cerebral Accelerators the instant somebody buddy coded because they had bought Plex at some point on their character, to me, encourages people to do the things like they were doing, like that's happening now, which is running around and just spamming it out to everybody. Which, I mean, arguably, it's informing people, so that you could say that that's a service, but I don't know if that's necessarily what you want to encourage. But even if you could argue that, also the price of, we'll check the, hold on, let me check the price of Master Arm Cerebral Accelerators. I can't imagine that they're the same as they were. Yeah, there you go. That's the other problem. So Master Arm Cerebral Accelerators have gone down by at least 20% since then, and now people can basically generate them very, very effectively through these linked accounts. But even beyond this, remember, if they've ever Omega'd, then you get 15 days of free gameplay. So this isn't even just 7 days of Omega anymore. This is them giving out massive amounts of Omega time by people being able to retroactively link their accounts. How many alt farms were pre this time or didn't know it at the time or didn't care at the time and now can just go through on all of their alts and activate this and get like a year on their main? Oh, you didn't get the free Omega from a friend using my link? Okay, well maybe you have to buy the Omega afterwards and you get the Cerebral Accelerator instantly. That's very possible. That's very possible. Because I did notice that I got a lot of Cerebral Accelerators, but not a lot of credits for people buying it. But it's maybe when they next buy Plex or next buy Omega, it will. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, you didn't get anything because they didn't buy Plex, like you said. Because there's two rewards. There's the win Omega and there's the, yeah, okay. So I see. So the Omega was retroactive. That's why that's probably one of the big reasons why they had to shut down the program at first. Okay, so the next time that those people Omega, you'll get credit for it. That's still pretty damn crazy, right? I don't know. I see that as being the most significant piece out of this change. Significant, much more significant than a million free ESP. I guess at that point, it's more like looking at it from impact as a company versus impact as in-game. But I honestly think that the more FSP we can shove into people's faces, the more we can get people out there, the more people can get involved. There is, like, in the early days, having everybody have to train was important because no one could have everything. And therefore, like, everybody's specializations mattered, right? Like, and by no one, I mean, like, even institutions, right? Because you had to have your guys trained into, like, something, and that takes a lot of SP, and people didn't have that many skills yet. as we grew up, now there are people that can do at least some of everything, especially with like alts or whatever. So the field has been changed. It's no longer about the journey upward, because now the people journeying upward have to deal with the people that are already on the top. And the people that were journeying upward at the beginning didn't. So to me, that is a pretty significant change. And so to suggest to them that they must also walk uphill both ways in the snow, while there are people who have already done this standing at the top with BB guns, I think is a little unfair. There were people on the top, but it's nowhere near the way it was before. You know, like, depending on how far back you go, that becomes less and less true, right? If you joined in 2004, there was few, if any, established empires. If you joined by 2010, uh, an organization owning a Titan was still a pretty big deal, let alone individuals. Individuals didn't have enough wealth, for the most part, to have capitals or super capitals running around all over the place. By 2015, you now have things solidifying, you know, whatever. And then by 2019, you have people that are measuring their wealth in like trillions of ISK. And I think that we shouldn't ignore that that changes things, especially since those, it's not just that there were people that were on top, it's the gulf of difference between the people starting and the people on top. And while, yes, we can, you know, the skill system actually makes catching up relatively viable when it comes to like picking a role and specializing it, it's still like on a broader scope of your Eve career, it makes sense now for people to be able to increase their SP gains through other methods, either by activity or, you know, whatever else, because it's no longer, it's not that it's not just the fact that it's unfair, it's that it's a whole different point now, right? The design function of the SP gaining system has been at least partially undermined by the fact that there are now people that are trained, right? So it makes sense that it's like, okay, it's like when they release a new thing, right? Often in a video game, like an MMO or whatever, it'll be constrained to only a few people. But then once those people have like consumed it, finished it, beat it, whatever, they often open it up for the masses, right? Okay, well, the people who wanted to be first, the people who wanted to work in this very fair atmosphere in the early days, you got that. But now that illusion is shattered. So the best thing we can do now is give new players hope and direction that they can work to make a difference. You know? Does that make sense? So I think that it's another one of those things that you like. I also had a pretty significant reaction against it, but the more I've watched it play out and all that stuff, the more I've realized, and the more I've talked to new players, you know, the fact that new players can figure out a way to earn money and not just figure out how to plex their account, but more importantly, buy some skill injectors. That actually becomes a big thing, right? People can now just earn a little bit of ISK and get a small skill injector to be able to have a skill. No, gone are the days of just being SOL because you don't have a skill and you have to wait like an hour and a half or whatever for even the level 1 to train. Because at worst, you can always just buy a skill injector and inject it. That changes the way that the game plays. And I think that it's not great to just tell people like, sorry, you don't get to do that right now. You know, like there's no avenue forward. Besides buying a whole character. Yes, and also players start with more than they used to, for sure. CCP should reduce the SP needed for some skills like frigates and destroyers and a few Magic 14. They could, however, on the other half of things, the act of training is important, right? The time. So in the same way, if people have ways of increasing their skill point gain through, you know, various different methods, you don't want to undermine it completely, right? Like they have goals and they want to set towards it. It's just, especially as you're early on, you have much more options for how to take care of it by not waiting, right? By getting alpha skill injectors or small skill injectors or, whatever. And then over time, the ability to use injectors fall off and the time that is required for your skills go up. So I actually don't mind telling a player that they need to train for 24 hours if I also give them an option that isn't just paying money, that allows them to not pay or not wait a day, because that makes that effort now worth a day to them, right? If I say, well, you got to train this, it'll take you a day, or it'll, for 200 million or whatever, you can get a small skill injector. Well, now I have given them an actual goal. They can be powerless and have to sit back and do nothing, which you never want to give a player a choice that's basically just, you can do nothing. But they can either choose to just wait it out and they'll get it in a day, or they could figure out a way to buy that skill injector and now they can have it now. So the way it plays out, I think, is actually pretty good, especially since the other thing is, if a new player does really well, right? We always say that it's not about your SP, it's about the player. But the problem is that, like, if you become hugely wealthy because you figure out some way to make a ton of ISK and EVE, but you don't have the skills, that's its own kind of insult at this point, right? Because it's like, well, I could buy all these ships, but I can't use them. My money's no good, right? It's just, it's useless at that. What am I doing this for? And then they lack motivation, and then they fail to log in one day, and then they never log in again, right? You got to keep them hooked. So by giving them different kinds of objectives, oh God. By giving them different those objectives and different ways of doing things, now that encourages them to keep an eye on login rewards, buy some skill injectors when they can. Stop. Buy SP in packs. There's all these different kind of options. So a savvy new player can get more out of it. And that, yeah, people that are motivated can push it and get more. That's a good thing. It used to be that implants were the only way to do that. It's just now there's more different ways. I know, Solstice. Look, man, you know why it is, dude? The reason why is because I've like had all of these thoughts, or I've dealt, like I get it. And I've thought about it for a long time. And like, these are conclusions that I've come up with. Not just to White Knight, but the thing is that a lot of people like to say CCP did X wrong because it's supposed to be Y. But we don't often know what CCP's design goals are. So when I'm evaluating what the company does, I like to think about it as, well, what could have motivated them to feel like this change was necessary or this addition was necessary? What problem were they trying to solve? That's because as a software developer, that's what you're doing. You solve problems. If a new ship is put out, it's to solve the problem of a hole in capabilities or the ability to add more complexity to the system. The selling of skill points, solve the few problems, cause some more. The no tethering in faction warfare solved the problem of the fact that they couldn't figure out a way to make it so that structure lockout in a faction warfare context made any sense at all for several years, right? Like, rather than just being like, oh, they fucked up, you got to realize what it is that the problem that they are solving, because often that like a good example was people were looking at the ganking changes. So they're like, wait, so you're making ganking harder by doing the tether and all that stuff, but then you're also making ganking easier by making the abyssal runners move. But that's only when you're looking at it from the context of, gankers versus abyssal runners, what's good for one is bad for the other, and it's about just balancing that between the two. Whereas what it really is that there was a misbalance, but that came from things that were wrong or things that were a problem about being an abyssal runner, like for instance, the fact that they couldn't get caught in Jita, um, with the things that were wrong with uh, with ganking, like the fact that Citadels made it so that standings, which was already, or security status, which was already tenuous, basically was negligible, right? Those were two different problems. They both contribute to uh, to the balance of power between gankers and gankies, but they're two separate issues. So it's not contradictory for CCP to do both things at the same time, because it's not about fixing whether or not ganking is happening too much or whatever. It's about closing the loopholes, right? If you do all the, yes, the career agents, the new career system is phenomenal, guys. Like, if you haven't checked this out, even if you're an experienced player, first of all, if you're an experienced player, go check this out because you probably have a ton of shit retroactively applicable, including free SP. But this right here, this I think is the most undersold feature in Eve that's been added. Like they didn't really talk about it very much because it's mostly for people that aren't really paying attention to CCP talking about things. But this is bonkers cool. Why? Let's look at it after this commercial break. Ha ha! All right. Why no greet me in Isho Mike Milken? I don't know when that was. Honestly, it's probably because now that I can, I have my local crushed most of the time. In fact, I have a new system. Oh, I can't show you it right now. Here. Um, is there anything else that I wanted to look? Oh, I know what I need to look at the market for, but it's okay. We'll be right back. New player experience has added a lot of problems. Some skills cannot be unlocked due to them being locked to finishing a career agent. So certain skills are going to be massively go up in price. Can you name one of the skills? I don't doubt you, but I just want to be able to like pull up an example at some point. All right. So first of all, I love my logo. I'm very pleased with that. Um, but the career paths, the career program is not the same as the tutorials or the career missions. Right. But like what skills are only from the career agents or career missions? Can't you just buy them from the UI normally? I mean, I know that there were skill books that were available, like um, Racial Destroyer, for example. But we'll see if that's buyable from the UI when we get back. Game development is an iterative process, and the problems that you're solving are never ending. And your solutions always cause new, unforeseen problems. If players thought and played the game the same way over and over again, it would be easy, but they don't. Yes. Also, game design, like all kinds of entertainment, is basically a magic trick, right? Like we, as players, you think of things as the things like from the perspective of playing the game, the mechanics, winning, losing, etc. Whereas game developers often look at it as creating experiences and emotional experiences, like physical, like real experiences and emotional experiences within the player, right? You set these things up. It's just the same as like going to a movie, right? You know that that music comes on because it wants to make your heart swell or you cry or whatever or be scared on top of everything else, but you accept it, right? Like it's part of the magic. Uh, Industry updates certainly caused some emotional experiences for me. I've actually been having a pretty good time with the. I've been playing around with it quite a bit today or the last couple of days. Like the. Well, actually, we'll get to that in just a second too. So, where was I? What was I over here for? What did I come over here for? Why did I log in, Ash? There are always some skills that you can't buy remotely. Yeah, but the skills that you can't buy remotely are because they are solely sourced through player activity, either LP stores or from loot or whatever. If they're NPC purchasable at all, they can be bought from the UI. Last I checked. I thought I was showing you that on the other character. I don't know. All right, well, whatever. So, what I think is nice about these is, like, let's look at a lot of people go to Soldier of Fortune, but let's even look at it in Fortune. First of all, there's these cool videos.
Giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy.
So that's pretty cool.
Or
they have these are the 4 videos that they've released before.
I've always loved sci-fi.
Which, if you haven't seen the Industrialist one, that's probably my favorite.
In the universe.
Yeah, those are the videos from the Academy. So, in here, we've got a lot of stuff, right? I have security agents, abyssal dead space, combat, bounties, combat sites, epic arcs, market, standings, loyalty points, career agents. So in all of them, the career agents are number 1, and each of these kind of unlock other things, right? So as you complete these tasks, you gain points. When you get enough of them, you unlock each a different piece, and each thing being completed is worth experience or career points at the bottom. Once you get enough career points in a career, it gives you the main reward, which is some really cool skins and some skill points. So these are objectives that players can choose to take on. If they want to know what's going on, this gives them some pretty good direction, right? And most of them are very simple, right? So complete 1 level 1 mission, complete 5 level 1 missions, complete 10 level 1 missions, complete 15 level 1 missions, and complete 21 level 1 missions. I would actually recommend changing these to being level 1 or above, simply because, you know, if somebody wants to move on past level 1, they probably should and not be forced to do more level 1s than they need to. But one of the things I do like about this is that down here there's more information. So now, okay, so can I fit a ship? This is an 8-minute video, but it gives you a bunch of information about how to fit a ship. And then also there is, where was I? There is a button that links to the agency to let me find security agents. So for the first time ever, we have things to do that lead you to how to do them, which is pretty fucking amazing. The PvP rewards are very bugged. Level 1 missions have more interesting lore stuff. That's a good point. But I'm just saying, like, it should be level 1 or more, right? Like, why would they have to be level 1 if they could? If I do a level 4, why do I not advance in my security agent career, is my point. But either way, 20 level 1 missions, that's a few game sessions. That's a thing to do. By the time the person, even if you do force them to do level 1, if it's a new player, like, this is good. Here's the thing that I've been kind of going on about a lot recently, which is people think that learning the game is about gaining information only, right? For some reason. Having the right fit, knowing where to go, etc. Like, I expect that if I read the guide and do it, everything should be hunky-dory without any, and I should be successful. And if I'm not successful, I'm going to get mad. Even if I don't read the guide in some cases, right? But what really needs to happen is you need to build up that muscle memory. Yesterday, I was helping somebody go through the Abyss. They were doing T0, T1, and it was pretty simple. And they were like, should I step up to T2? And I said, well, you technically could. The ship is capable of it. So if you want to push it, you absolutely can. But here's the thing. I understand that level 1 Abyss is boring right now, but you're still making tons of mistakes. You're not doing this to make money. You're not doing level 0s and level 1s to make money. You're doing levels 1s and level 0s to get some flight time under your belt, right? It's just like real life. Real life pilots have to get a certain amount of flight time under their belt before they're qualified and to stay qualified. Because piloting isn't just about knowing your dials and shit and what they do. It's about going through it. It's about correcting little mistakes. It's about getting the experience. It's about building the muscle memory. So, that way, when you're in a PvP fight or in a tense situation, you actually know what to do and actually execute it, right? You want to have done it 100 times in a calm environment first. So to that end, asking people to do 20 level 1 security agent missions will help them make sure to like really lock in those fundamentals of warping and locking and shooting and blah, 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 without them like trying to like race to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing, because ISK is what's important. When you're a new player, ISK is not what's important. I would argue that this is always true, but whatever. ISK is a means to the end, right? And as a new player, the end is experience. Both to have experiences and to gain experience. So having these career agents, give them a goal. These people aren't, like, this is a brand new player. They shouldn't be worried about how to plex their account right now. This is perfectly fine as an alpha. They shouldn't be worried about much of anything. Like, they don't need to worry about ISK. They have their ships that they were given. They have a goal to get to the next plateau, but they don't have a sense of how long progression should take yet, right? So this could just be a normal process. And that makes this game open up to them in a big way. One of the big problems that we have is that we get new players to skip a whole bunch of the content that's at their scale because we want to get them to the real stuff. And that works, but not for the people that don't have that happen to them, right? So, most players believe that ISK is in the end, though. Yes, but they are taught that. No one joined ISK, or, extraordinarily few join EVE because they feel that they don't have enough ISK and they need to have more, and they don't have any ISK and they need to have ISK, and the only way to get ISK is to play EVE Online. That is not what's happening. There are some people that join EVE Online and use ISK as their metric of success, so therefore their goal is to get as much ISK as possible. But that's just like wanting to get a high score. My point, and that's fine. At that point, it is the end to itself. That's why I said very few. But the point of the matter is that most people come in to do things, to see space, to join a war, to advance in some ways. And in all those things, what happens is they learn that if they don't have sufficient ISK, then they're a threat. They can't pay for Omega. They can't replace their ships. And so people are quickly indoctrinated with the idea that your focus is on getting ISK. That's the dragon, right? You got to chase the dragon. And as a new alpha that's still in their first month in the game, don't fucking worry about it, man. You and your Punisher and your Coercer are having plenty of fun shooting at rats, and the fact that you're not making the fact that in an entire month you make as much as another person might get in an hour doesn't matter to you at all, because you're just worried about your own experience, right? And then later on, you get connected with everything else. Right. Skill in Eve is kind of nebulous. That's exactly right. So I would much rather people be given the excuse to practice basic muscle memory rather than explain to them that they can jump in a Gnosis and go rat more or less AFK to make the most money, right? Is making the most money at that point the real advantage? Is it better for a new player to have ISK but no training, or training but no ISK? Well, in Eve, knowledge is how you get ISK, like applying your knowledge. The more you know, the more you can use it to leverage it to make money. So knowledge gets you money, but money doesn't replace knowledge. So you should be focused, in my opinion, first and foremost, of becoming a better pilot and becoming better at the game and just experiencing it for what it's worth. I find, at least for me, the more I just try to do it because I want to do the thing. I run missions because I feel like shooting at things for a little while, and I don't really want to sweat it, and I just want to see lots of explosions, or I want to hang out with 4 of my friends and just blitz through shit that, like, any one of us could solo, no problem. You know, we've had 4 Marauders on doing missions at the same time. It's super not efficient, but that's not what's important, because what's important is that we're hanging out together. And the fact that in the end we look at our wallets and they're way bigger than we thought they would be is just the bonus, right? Faction Warfare is actually a really good example of this, especially with the new 5-man plexes. The goal is to do what you want to do and have the ISK be incidental. If you're focusing on the ISK, it usually means that something has put pressure on you to have to do so, right? It's kind of like that age-old question. If you had $1 million, what would you do, right? So, Abyssal Dead Space drags them a little bit further. They have to do 5 tier 0, which is fine. And by that time, they probably won't have killed 30 Triglavian enemies by that time, which is kind of funny. But this rewards them for stepping up into T1 and T2. Combat. These are NPCs. So as you're doing all of the rest of them, you're building these up and getting points. As you're doing missions, you're getting these. The loyalty points one. As you're doing missions and other things, you're getting standings. Increase the standings with the corporation. You have to get 1.0 total. The market thing is just like an excuse to get you to fidget with the market for a few minutes and maybe buy your ship. The other point is that some of these activities, some of these bonuses exist because, not because you're supposed to like open it up and be like, oh shit, how do I get this? Oh, I need to go buy 1 million ISK worth of stuff from the market. Let me go do that. It's more like you buy something from the market and it pops up and you're like, ooh, neat, right? Like a good example of that is actually in the Soldier of the Fortune area, right? Under destruction, it says lose a ship. You have to lose 20 ships to complete this one. You have to lose 20 ships. Is this supposed to be that you go and game it and grab 20 frigates and be like, ha ha ha, I got my points? No, and this is actually one of the reasons why the program is really good, because the rewards aren't really sufficient enough to justify that much bullshittery, right? You might as well just do a different task instead. But if you do get blown up, suddenly you get rewarded for it. You get an achievement, and that's the point. No, it can be gamed. Absolutely. But who cares? Congratulations. You got one piece of one puzzle to get 750 career points and some skins. Good for you. Like, and even better, great for you. Because what you got, a new player, what they get out of this is direction. As an experienced player, what do you get? The capability to feel clever. If you go and lose 25 ships, or 20 ships through this way, just by cheesing it, is CCP going to be upset that you got 750 career points? You stole those career points. No. Again, going back to that whole thing where, as a developer, you're trying to create experiences. So by creating a situation that is a puzzle that you can look at and think of a creative solution that isn't the one that's listed is often there to make you feel clever, right? Yeah, just go to the free-for-all. Didn't CCP say some sort of reward for completing everything? Yeah, if you complete everything, you get 125,000 skill points on top of everything else. That's if you complete all 4 tracks, I think. I don't know. I'm 2/3 of the way, or 3/4. But yeah, the free-for-all can do multiple at once. So, what doesn't match? Right, you don't have to complete every single task. You just have to complete enough. Basically, these are the tasks that let you get points, and once you've completed enough points, you get forward. It's not working as intended? What do you mean? Like, you get the points, like, are you suggesting that I am getting the points for this one even though I haven't completed it, for example? If you complete it all. So, hold on. If you can see here in the lower right-hand corner, this is my reward for finishing this track. I have to gain 750 career points in order to get this reward. And I got that by doing these tasks. I didn't have to do these tasks because I got sufficient points from these tasks. You don't have to do them all. And that got me 750,000 skill points. Cool. Likewise, my Explorer is almost done. So I could look into this and be like, okay, well, I need to go find a wormhole so that way I can hack cans in a wormhole for that. Or I guess I can just go to different nullsec regions if I wanted to do that. Or I could hack containers in... Oh, no, that's advanced hacking again. I could do Project Discovery if I wanted some quick points. Wait, what's Project Discovery? Now I look into it. Now I know what Project Discovery is. Right? So I'm looking... I as a new player, or as a person going through my career, I go, okay, well, I only need this many points. Which one of these tasks do I want to work on? Right? It's not forcing you to do every single thing. It's giving you an opportunity to explore your options and decide how you want to complete the challenge. And then, and on the top level, there is an overall progress bar that leads towards 125,000 skill points. So each individual one has 75,000 skill points, or sorry, 100,000 skill points. And then the big one is an extra 125,000 for completing all enough of all 4. Then why have progress that goes way beyond the obvious bonus? What reward is that? Nothing. Just more points. Congratulations. Like, at that point, it's ticking things off, right? At that point, it's the activity tracker, right? Why am I going to go do Tier 0 Abyssal in the next few days? Because I want to make this box green. I want to make all of these boxes green. Why aren't these boxes green? Oh shit, I'm going to have to go learn. I'm going to go have to do like the SOE or another Epic arc, right? Yeah, exactly. They get you just far enough along that the completionist in you kicks in. And not for everybody. Not for everybody. Some people say fuck this and go off and do adventures or join nullsec groups or go do PvP or whatever, and bless them. They have found their place. This is designed to keep the person engaged and give them a real, actual game. Not just a bunch of activities that they can do in a universe. Hey, Matthew, thank you. This gives them a game. And this process, to do this Career Agent series, will take a new player upwards of 30 days. This could be over a month worth of content for them. Right? And it does crazy things like Where is it? Oh shit, I need to go figure out how to do a level 1 faction warfare mission. Right? These are little simple tasks. Little things. Things that a new player can figure out. Right? But you work on it and you explore the game. And I will tell you this. I say this with pretty much confidence. If you complete this game, you will know whether or not you want to keep playing Eve. Right? Like, you know what Eve has to offer, at least mechanically, by the end of this, which is pretty darn incredible, right? Like, if somebody gets hooked, then that's great. But the whole point is that we need to keep them in the game as long as possible to give them opportunities to get hooked long term. So by giving them little rewards and little tasks to work on every night, it's like, oh, what am I going to do tonight? Oh, I'll work on the Explorer path tonight. What do I want to do? Okay, gas sites. What are gas sites? I'll start asking somebody. Oh, no, those are crazy. Okay, never mind. What about wormholes? Okay. Well, I'll just grab a cheap frigate and go hack some cans in a wormhole. Now it doesn't matter if I actually die, because I'm still going to get progress on the thing that I'm doing it for. And I just might end up also with a bunch of ISK. Some of the rewards are necessary for certain skills. So again, there's a confusion, or that's the difference between the career agents, which are the missions that they go through with rewards, and the career program, which are tasks. Because the rewards for the career program are not skills. Well, new capsuleers will continue to ask over and over. But some of them, a lot of them, will find this. I'm finding more streamers doing random things because this thing told them to, as an option, right? Like, they come to me with much more poignant questions. How do I complete this? How do I do a faction warfare mission? Wait, why are you asking me how to do it? But that's a very specific question, right? Well, it's because they have a task that does it. They've already joined faction warfare. They just need to go do one mission. And they get 1, 2, and then they go defend a novice and capture it, and boom, they're done. Like, they're not actually doing it to do faction warfare per se, but they're going to give themselves a taste of faction. You know what these are? You know what these are? I know why I key into this, and maybe some others don't. These are merit badges. Right? If you've ever been in Boy Scouts, each merit badge gives you a list of tasks. Some merit badges require you to do some tasks, and some of them have optional tasks, but you have to complete a certain number of things to get that merit badge, right? Horsemanship, leatherworking, whatever. So you can see this as, like, here's the scanning merit badge, here's the hacking merit badge, here's the advanced hacking merit badge. You know what I think actually is needed for the air career agent? I need to be able to share this information. I want to show off to people. I want to be able to link my progress to people. I want to be able to prove it to a corporation that I'm trying to get into. I want to be able to pull it up on my phone so I can show somebody how big of a fucking nerd I am, in the same way that I could do with my like WoW Armory or whatever. Do I want people to play for playing sake, or the rewards? I want people to play the game. I think that achievers that want rewards, and explorers that want to find things, and killers that want to interact with people, and socializers that want to talk to people, all of them deserve to have their game, because Eve is big enough for all of them. That's what I think. So you can collect these things over time. You can focus on them. You can get drawn out of them and go do other things, whatever. But this is an option and a direction and a purpose that they didn't have before. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Give actual medals. But I think that the skins are basically the equivalent, right? Because these skins are quite cool. Not like mind-blowing or anything, but cool enough that even people that, you know, some people are going to be going after them anyways, even if they've already, they don't need to actually, like, do it to learn anything. Ah. What is it? Aspirant. ASPI. Here we go. So, like, here's the Enforcer skin on the Caracal. And so they walk away with something to be proud of, right? They show off this skin. I've seen people, I've had people show me their skin. I've had streamers show off their skin with beaming with pride that they've managed to get it, right? Industrialist. Now, giving them skins for ships that they can't actually get as an alpha is pretty mean. But I mean, the PvP ones are pirate ships. Like, look at that. That's not nothing. Wait, where? Oh, there it is. Soldier of Fortune. It says it on the side. And you can't see it, or it's hard to see it right now, but there's actually a light. Like it, there's an effect that goes back and forth. Air, well, so the air, I don't know if you need missions. I want tutorials that you can just play as many times as you want, whenever you want, by docking up anywhere. But shy of that, I think that this is probably the better, best system, because it directs them to the information that they need to know. It's not perfect, but it is literally infinitely better than it was before, right? Because it something exists rather than not exist. The quality to 1080 to 440. A lot of people are saying that they like the YouTube stream more. It may be my settings. I am streaming at 60 frames per second, and so I don't know. People should be able to. Weird. Yeah, the tracking and E-War videos, these are cool too. I will say that it would be so. CCP, if you're watching, hold on, let me somebody snip this or whatever, or bookmark it. Let me put a. All right, CCP, if you're watching, the new player experience, mwah, very good, lots of good stuff. The one thing that we're really missing is a formal introduction to the agency. And if you do this, then you're doing it at a time where they just click through it. So maybe video or audio. Maybe something in the help section they can re-refer to, but timing and again, players do not know that the agency exists or how to access it. They only know it as the thing I opened up for the tutorial. So now that they're done with the tutorial, they don't know to go back to it. So it'd be nice if it like opened up encounters and said, no, these are the different things. You know, you can click on this to open up this, which is pretty funny because it's the old system. You know, that this means that you should probably find some friends and that there's more information in each one of these. You know what I mean? Like, because people should know that if they want to find ore, they need to go to the asteroid belts tab of the agency, right? I just, that's the piece that I think is like with the air MPE completed, or the career paths completed, this provides lots and lots of good direction. And those provide pointers to the agency. But I think that it really needs to be shoved in people's face. This is the agency. This is the window when that you open up when you're looking for content, right? Because people haven't learned that lesson. They only get referred to the agency by random things, but they don't get told this button here opens up the thing that tells you where all the content is. I already did. Yeah, thank you. Awesome. I well, if it's confusing, that might be worth looking at. I will say that it would probably be a lot more logical. Like, it's divided into activity types. But it's kind of weird, right? Because I keep going to encounters to get missions. But that's a whole different tab, right? It's also kind of weird that there's 4 different tabs. And there's 4 different career agents. Or career paths. But they don't match. Or, I guess they do. If you change encounters to being Soldier of Fortune, move anything that isn't Soldier of Fortune over to here and call it to the top one and call it Enforcer. Then you've got Exploration and Industrialist. Bob's your uncle. Now all of your shit matches. I will say this though. The rat changes to the mining fleets is night and day different. Like, belts have ore in them again. You always confuse encounters with exploration. It took me a long time to get Soldier of Fortune in encounters, right? Because they're basically the same thing. Signatures cannot be seen beyond 2 jumps. I guess these are anomalies. I mean, I can see... Oh, I see, because they're unknown. That is closer to... that is how signature... No, that's how anomalies work. Nope, that's how... this is how anomalies work. Actually, this is bigger than normal anomalies. Normally... Oh, no, this is exactly how anomalies work. This is how all anomalies work. Because if you go here to... See, I went to encounters to do combat anomalies. At any rate, so I'm next door to this system, so I can see all of the sites. But if I look at Amane, I can't see the sites. You're only allowed to see the name of the sites if you're 1 jump away. That's what your visibility is. But that's true about all combat or all anomalies. Right? I can go... I can look at anomalies and any system, but if it's more than 1 jump out, it'll only give me names, or it'll only give me that there is an anomaly, not that what it is. Ice belts are different because ice belts are belts, right? More or less. I actually find it interesting or weird that it says unknown. You might as well just say what it is. I would say that this is the more of the wrong thing, that ice belts, if you're going to... well, no, it says it right there. Like, you see 2 belts in system, you can just look what it is. You don't know the name of the site, but you know... Oh, no, you don't see what's in it. Oh. Yeah, I would argue that you could, just like with ore belts, it might be useful to have the ice belt, but it could very well be that it's just balanced, that they want ice to require a little bit more surveying than belts do. Yes, you can always see cosmic anomalies from anywhere, but you can only see what the cosmic anomaly is 1 jump away. This is very important for things like events. Can you still redo the career missions? So you can redo all the career missions if you're old, and that's a good way to get some faction standings. But you also do the career activities, the career program, and you may actually have a bunch of tasks that are already completed. The pirate rat type will tell you the type of ice in the belt. That's a good point. So I guess if somebody's savvy enough, they'll be able to figure it out. I think that that's probably not necessarily a bug, but an unfortunate consequences about how things get tracked, and it wasn't worth making it different. It just suggests to me that belts or it's either a design choice to make things progressively harder to find, or something about making the way that anomalies work also make belts work that way when it comes to how to track them. Yes, I mean, well, everything could be there are things to fix and tweak and whatnot. But I guess my point is more that you're right. There are small things that could be improved with the agency, but that just shows that the agency itself needs to be like is really important, right? Is worth the extra development effort because it really is their it's the place to get all content. That's also why I still firmly believe that they should take the agency and replace it completely with Aura, right? That and then move all show info information, all descriptions and other information like that into an encyclopedia in that UI. So then the MPE is already in there. I think it was for a while at least. So the idea is that everybody knows that you interface with your computer and all of its stuff by opening up Aura, not the agency. Nobody knows what the fuck the agency is. They see, if you know, I bet you, and there's, this is my stream, so whatever. I bet you there's less than 10 of you that know what the agency is named after. What group the agent, what group the agency gave the agency its name, and why. You probably don't know it. You probably never heard of the group, ever. Doesn't matter how long you've been playing this game. So, the idea of like, they've gone through the tutorial, they've been talked to by Aura. It's like the one thing that they've been able to like build an emotional bond with, and then she never talks to you again. Whereas if you teach the player that Aura's ship computer is accessed through this. If you do a show info, it opens up Aura, the encyclopedia, to that entry, right? Not a random pop-up box. Then, because the key here is helping people understand the correct behavior. So this is something that we've done in our organization, right? You're tempted to like scattershot stuff, put information out on all channels, and that's sometimes important. But the key is actually you want to put your resources in one location. So that way everyone, like it just becomes known where to go to get information, right? The information may change, but if when in doubt, go to our Notion. Right? When in doubt, open up Aura. That should be the concept. Like, that should be the way we think about it. And it behooves CCP to do that. Because one of the issues is it's all about awareness, right? Even the career agents, or the career... I was praising the career paths and how they expose you to all the different things. But what exposes you to the career paths, right? So... having there be a thing that's reinforced from the very beginning, just like the old MPE reinforced, lock, orbit, shoot, or orbit, lock, and shoot. Like they repeat that over and over again to make it so that you get this mantra in your head. Well, they should reinforce over and over again. For more information, go to the Aura interface, you should not go through any explanation in Eve without being pointed to this interface. Because every answer to basic things should be there. Where are the sites? What is this rat? What is this item? What is, all that kind of stuff. It should all be there. If I need to know something about something in Eve, it goes there. And then all of the other interfaces are the way that you interact with those, right? Like Project Discovery is its own window. Faction Warfare has 2 different windows because whatever. You know what I mean? Like those are the actual things that you're doing. But if you need to know something about something, you open up Aura. Some anomalies and expeditions have ancient Aura portrait pop up. Oh yeah, that's funny. Where's the logo on this ship? Right there in the middle. Like the Civilopedia in Civ. Yeah. But by putting all of the information that's currently in the agency and just like putting Aura's face up here at the top left and rebranding this with like the blue of Aura. And then putting an extra tab here that basically does all of the show, replaces show info. Like Bob's your uncle, you're done. Call it Evelopedia, even though that name used to be used. I don't think that website has existed for 10 years, so I think that it's fair to use it. Oh, okay, yeah. Hold on. We've been talking about a lot of other stuff. I need to talk to you about this stuff. It's already 1 o'clock. I'm losing time. So we've got other topics to look at. Actually, no. You know what? You could even do it even better. You know how to do it? You know what you know what to call it? Source. Eve source. What, right? But Ash, source doesn't make any sense either. Technically, yes, Eve source might be something that you could do, but you also want to like start training the name Eve source. Why? Why? Because or not Eve source, New Eden source. Because it's a canonical item in the game. Like, this book, more or less, exists in the universe. So, there's this repository of information already. Why wouldn't that be where all the show info information is? And then you could also do other things. Like, you could put a tab that lets people stay caught up on the current events. Then you can put lore and scope videos and shit in there. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you put all of the information, I get like, oh my god, one mono window is a nightmare, and that's true. But by making it one place to go and get information, if it made sense, I should sit down, log in, and the first thing I do is pop open Aura to see what's going on. You know, check on status updates, notifications, etc., etc. Yeah, the arcs are pretty good, but they do require still quite a bit of effort to stay on top of them. And even then, I mean, I will say this though. For those of us who are trying to stay caught on top of things, it's not much better if you do. Like, it's Wild West right now. Ask me about what's going to happen to the Vard transmuter. I don't know. Well, no, they're not third party at all. They are happening more in space than they are happening outside of the game. But the issue is that the things that are happening in space are only noticed if we start noticing it and talking about it, right? Like, very few people were paying that much attention to the military buildup in Samanuni and in Amy. The majority of the reporting and info is outside of the game. That's fair, but it also spreads word of mouth. Like, how would you make a player-run information center? You know what I mean? Like, the whole point is that we find these things and we report it and, like, who finds it and all that stuff, right? So, there's certain things that now, certain things should be in our face. But, like, when the Amar started building the stellar transmuters, they explicitly prevented the news from talking about it. So, yeah, there was no formal communication about the construction of the transmuters until it finally got to the scope. All there was us finding it and talking about it. And then when they go to the scope, they can say, Capsuleers report this, because that's a thing that actually happened. The thing has to happen before they can report on it. And that's the biggest thing about the lore in Eve, is that people think about it like normal lore, where it's like, I play a game to find out the story, to solve the mysteries, to figure out, like, or to experience the entire thing, that or even the chunk of things, right? The expansion comes out, I read the explanation of what's happened or whatever, right? But Eve is a living game. We are making the lore. Therefore, it just, like, there are things that are happening that people want to keep quiet, you know, or whatever. But it also means, remember, there's, you know, explorers too. And so explorers are not just people that want to hack cans. Like, explorer as a player type means that they want to find something new, find something that nobody else has ever found before. So the idea that there's, like, now things going on, I can't go to an official channel and look up what's going on in Amy. I or someone else has to physically go there to double check what's going on in Amy. Me and Riley spent like 2 weeks or so sharing screenshots back and forth because he had eyes in Samanuni and I had eyes in Amy, right? Like, this is all something that's real. And then when it's ready for everyone to kind of get involved, well, a scope video comes out and they blow up a star and get everybody's attention. But yes, I agree that it would be nice if the agency in particular, but like somewhere in there was access to the universe portal. Scope is also a corporation in the lore, which has some connections with some of the in-game empires. They will not talk about everything. Yes, although Scope is now independent. If they were anything, it would be Galente originally. Although the Scope has really cozied up to the state fairly recently. But the Amar have their own news network, the ACN, or ANC? Amar News Channel, yeah, ANC. Speaking of Scope, I guess we can do the Scope video, and then I'll talk about the important thing that I wanted to talk about today. Make sure we don't miss it.
Region. The few Galente. Shh.
So to remind everybody, when we last left our intrepid heroes, we were anxiously waiting, and then the Star of Turner exploded. The Planet 1 has been turned into molten slag, more or less, and the Planet 1 station was destroyed. That was the last Scope video, right? And then after that, we got the Uprising trailer, where we got the notification and technically the Scope report that Celis Agard, the Bullcut Butcher, had invaded Intaki and surrounding constellations and taken them over, right? So I'm just setting the context of where we're going with this, especially since the name of the video is Continued Developments. So those are the developments that they're referring to. Here we go. Yeah, the Scope went independent in 2016, I think it was. I have it. If you go to my lore portal and go to current events, I document when the Scope goes independent, because it's actually really, really important. The Scope when the Scope goes independent is very tightly related to the Deathless arc or piece of this whole plot. No? There it is.
The Kaldari Navy has deployed significant fleets into the long-disputed system of Athenon in the Placid region. The few Galente Federation scouting elements in the system are being overwhelmed by vastly superior Kaldari forces. This move by the Kaldari Navy to further secure strategic objectives in Athenon is seen as a direct response to the Federation's dramatic and massive 8th of November invasion of Intaki and neighboring systems in the disputed region. President Celis Agard has claimed the massive invasion was necessary for the security and liberation of the home system of the Intaki, a founding nation of the Galente Federation. Chairman Akimaka Saraki of the Kaldari Chief Executive Panel branded the Galente invasion outrageous, and the CEP swiftly authorized the response of deploying a major Kaldari fleet into occupied Athenon. The Athenon system has seen much conflict in the months since the discovery of a secret Edencom station orbiting over a Triglavian research facility on the surface of the fifth planet. Under orders from Executive General Heika Torrigo, Capsuleer militia fighters acting on behalf of the Caldari state have managed to maintain their control of Athenon and the wider Surthold constellation for months. During this time, the Caldari have constructed a new stargate into the system and completed initial recovery and research of Triglavian technology. The increased Caldari Navy presence in the system has foreclosed Gallente efforts to construct their own stargate and further curtailed the operational freedom of Federation forces. The race to acquire Triglavian technology located in relay sites scattered across Athenon and surrounding systems has been brought to an end by Caldari Navy firepower. This Caldari state counterpunch leaves their scientists and technical experts with a major, perhaps decisive advantage in researching this Triglavian technology. Although the Caldari state has swiftly demonstrated its willingness to act in response to the Federation's invasion of Intaki, few believe this will be the sole extent of Caldari action. The Caldari Navy continues to be on high alert, with a large number of ships shifting back to staging positions after initially following a counter-invasion plan aimed at protecting the core of state territory. Many continue to ask if the Caldari intend to further confront the Gallente in the Placid region, and perhaps even in Taki itself, or if the dispute can possibly be resolved without escalation to full-scale interstellar war. In Turner, the effects of the extreme stellar event that disrupted its star are still being felt throughout the system. The planet of Turner 1 and its orbiting station took very significant damage, with the planet being blasted to a scorched remnant and all life extinguished. In the event's aftermath, high levels of unstable wormhole activity have emerged across the star system. Scientists believe this activity is likely to continue as a permanent consequence of the catastrophic failure of the Amar Empire's prototype stellar transmuter experiment. In light of the devastation seen in Turner, the Minmatar Republic's Tribal Council have authorized shutdown procedures to begin at the two remaining stellar transmuters controlled by Minmatar forces in the systems of Egmar and Vard. The prototype transmuters were originally deployed by the Imperial Navy in Amar-occupied Minmatar systems. Evidently, this was done with the purpose of testing reverse-engineered Triglavian technology. The Amar Empire has claimed to have gained enough knowledge from its experiments to move to the next stage of technological development. In a rolling offensive over the last 2 months, Capsuleers loyal to the Minmatar Republic managed to recapture Vard and Egmar, enabling the Republic fleet to seize the transmuters. With further militia assistance, the Minmatar have rapidly
I even fucking thought to I was like, I muted myself so I could type something, and I was like, I'm gonna unmute it right away, otherwise I'm gonna forget. And here we are. All right. So what's exciting about this, is I love Serdan Sirkosh. He is my favorite sleazeball in a long, long time. So I've made a couple of videos about him. One of them, I outright say that he must be stopped. Nobody listened to me, so here we are. But he is one of the bigger spokespeople for the Amar. He was on the Amar Inner Council, or he was on the Concord Inner Council as the Amar representative back in like 2016. But by 2018, he was, I think, a sword marshal. I don't remember exactly what he was. But like, he was instrumental, or maybe he was still in Concord at that time. Well, either way, he was instrumental in promoting Cassia Valkanir, the head of Edencom. But more importantly, he never hides his disdain for the Minmatar. So here we have, there's 3 stellar transmuters. The Minmatar captured 2, and the one that was under the Amarian control has now blown up, right? So of the 3, the one that the Amar maintained exploded. And in response to this, as the news is telling you it, it says, Amar Empire's Captain Marshal Zerdan Sirkosh urges recapture of transmuters to, quote, prevent further catastrophe. As if it was the Amar, it wasn't the Amar that like, it's like, oh, see that explosion? Psh, you're not responsible enough to have a transmuter. You need to give it to us. We have the most experience with the transmuters, even though they're the ones that blew up. Is just he refers to the Mimitar as the rebel provinces, right? And the best part about it is he functions as a really great foil for Kainun. Kainun is the Mimitar Concord delegate, not inner council, but just like ambassador. And he showed up in the Empyrean Age. In fact, Kainun is the guy who coined the phrase Empyrean. He said that truly these Capsuleers are the Empyreans of our age, and and they'll have a big impact. I can't remember exactly what the phrase was, but he says, surely the Capsuleers are the Empyreans of our age. Empyrean meaning like an angel. So, yeah, he's been around for a long time now, and the fact that he gets to just basically call Zerdan Sirkosh insane now is pretty funny. All right, that's enough of that.
And Egmar, enabling the Republic fleet to seize the transmuters. With further militia assistance, the Minmatar have rapidly caught up to the Amar and acquired sufficient research data to complete their own initial stage of development. Together with additional observations made of the Turner catastrophe and the crucial data gained by Minmatar Capsuleer efforts, the Republic believes its control of the transmuters is such that it can safely power down their operations. Having completed their research, the Minmatar clearly intend to reap its benefits while preventing further stellar catastrophes. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for The Scope.
All right, there you go. So, cool. Things are advancing, but right now, like last week was full of activity, and now is like a moment of tension as everybody tries to restabilize, right? Like the invasion of Intaki was a huge deal, but now everybody's just waiting for the next foot to drop, right? What is the state going to do? What is, Vard and Egmar have shown signs of destabilizing. Will the Mimitar successfully shut them off, or will there be further issues or different kinds of issues? There's a lot of questions right now, but right now we're back in the question phase. So when we talk about like being involved in the lore, that's the whole thing. It's current events, right? You got to read your newspaper. So that's what's going on right now. It's worth keeping an eye on Egmar and Vard. Check it, every day to see whether or not it's advancing. We can, and obviously keep an eye on Othanun and even the Intaki system, because like the Intaki system has had some major buildup. That whole constellation has had some major buildup. And there's a reasonably good chance that the entire Intaki attack is just to give them a staging ground to take Ugalis. If you want to know why, I have another video called the Ugali situation that explains all that. The point that I think is really important out of this video is talking about how the state pulled their punch. And the World News article that came out, or New Eden News article that came out that kind of corresponded with this, confirms that while the state, actually, hold on, let me see if I can pull that up. Caldari Navy fleets are reported to have arrived in force in the Othanun system, seizing control of strategic sites, blah, blah, blah. But it says, reports indicated that the Caldari Navy has stopped short of seizing complete control and capturing the system's militia infrastructure hub under a plan authorized by the Caldari Chief Executive Panel. Why is this important? This is huge. This is actually not huge, but like this is probably the critical detail. And they also point this out in the video. So what is going on here? There's a few levels going on. So there is the empires about 120 years ago were at each other's throats, and after a series of disasters or other problems, the Jove managed to convince the four empires to come to the table and bring about peace within the cluster. And in this, from this union, there emerged a new organization whose job it was to maintain peace, order, and balance throughout the cluster. And that organization was known as Concord. Okay? Fast forward to 2008. A Galente general crashes a Nyx into a station, assassinating the leader of the Ishikone, as well as disrupting a peace agreement between the Galente and Caldari, plunging them into war. Meanwhile, a radical authoritarian named Tibus Heth was taking over the state, and they became increasingly aggressive until 2012 or so, when they retook they retook Intaki earlier, or Caldari Prime earlier, but in 2012, I believe it was, which was when the battle for Caldari Prime happened, and the Galente destroyed the Titan that the Caldari had put inside, or there, when they invaded. And Tibus Heth is dead and or missing now. So, but out of all of that chaos, the empires got together and they agreed that if they continued down this path, it would lead them to war. And so they formed an agreement that basically they would take the contested areas of all between their zones, and they would let the Empyreans now take care of it. That's why it's called the Empyrean Age, right? So there's this new breed of immortal Capsuleers that can just fight indefinitely and are relatively independent, right? So the idea is that rather than the empires formally attack each other, they will use us as proxies, okay? And this concept was known as the Emergency Militia War Powers Act of YC 110, right? So that was the formal agreement that created faction warfare. In fact, actually, let me find this here. You can't hear me. I think that's on you now. There's a history story here, so I'll just skip to that part. Hold on one second. I'm probably gonna have difficulty finding it. Rebirth. Nope. Dang it. Rise of the Clone Soldiers. Let's see if this is it. Is this it? No, that's dust. Conquest of New Eden. Ah, here he is. I found it. All right. Between December of YC 107 and June of YC 109, legislation regarding the outer regions barely changed. During this time, all-out warfare between the independent Capsuleer organizations was the sole shaping force of political landscape in null-sec space. It was not until June 19th, YC 109, which is 2007, that a revision of the Concord Sovereignty Act was issued to break a number of stalemates between the various null-sec political entities. This was the Dominion Sov. Creating officially recognized tiers of sovereignty to solve territorial disputes and ending tensions in the outer regions. While tensions remained at a boiling point, the situation was manageable for almost a year until the events of June 10th, YC 110, which shocked the entire cluster into action. With Concord's headquarters disabled for several hours, the Caldari state launched a full-scale invasion of the Galente Federation's home system of Luminaire, in concert with the Mimitar Elder Fleet, which simultaneously engaged in a frontal assault against the Amarian Imperial Throne Worlds. Several hours of bloody fighting and the death of hundreds of millions led to the introduction of the Concord Emergency Militia War Powers Act, which brought tens of thousands of Capsuleers, including fleets of some of the largest null-sec blocks in existence, back to the Sovereign space to reap the rewards of fighting as part of the Sovereign Militia for contracted rewards. For a further year, the conflict in null-sec ebbed and flowed under the existing legislation, with the Militia War Powers Act providing sizable fortune and most nullsec outfits to keep the gears of their own wars turning. So, yeah, and then comes the salient disaster. So the Militia War Powers Act is basically an agreement from the empires that they're not allowed to directly fight over the contested territories anymore. They both lay claim to them. The Caldari have already like divvied up and sold all of the different systems within the war zone. But they have to rely on us to actually hold the systems. So when diplomacy has been kind of collapsing over the last several months, when the structure in Othanoon decloaked, both the Caldari and the Gallente issued commands to take and hold that site and kill everyone who is not authorized. And they both only authorized the Navy and the militia, and explicitly said that this supersedes all agreements, including Concord. So that was the first step, right? They screw Concord. If the other side shows up, we're going to kill them. If Concord shows up, we're going to kill them. Okay? Because it was an Edencom facility, so even Concord's under suspicion right now, because Edencom is a Concord function, basically. So then comes the transmuters, which is the grossest violation yet. You know, one of the whole points of Concord is to make sure that technology doesn't get out of whack, where one side gets a technology that the others don't. There's an entire department called that, whose name I'm missing at the exact second. But the transmuters was a huge violation of kind of the sovereignty of things, because while the Amar currently owned them, they were originally Mimitar territories, and the idea was like that the Amar were doing this dangerous activity in Mimitar space that they owned, because if it was a disaster, it would damage Mimitar stuff, not theirs, right? Basically, from their point of view, they did their experiments in the slums, right? So that was a problem. But both of these are failures in negotiations. You know, there was a disagreement with Interbus about what to do with Turner as it began to destabilize, which led to Interbus basically becoming non-functional. So then immediately after that, the Interbus CEO dies from a heart attack, and a new guy takes over, makes it private, builds ever more base on top of it, and then basically acquires and starts a whole bunch of corporations that seem to be roughly related to clone soldiers. We'll just put it that way. Like foot soldiers, Dust 514 type shit. So all of that is still like gray zone, right? But then Celis Agard, I almost called her the Bullcut Butcher again, but I'll call her by her name so that way people know. Celis Agard, the president of the Federation, orders the attack on, or the taking of Intaki, its surrounding constellation, and the adjacent constellation. In that case, what they did was they actually went in, disabled and dismantled the iHubs, the infrastructure hubs that were there that were controlling the militia controls, and then put down their own Gallente one. So those are now Gallente systems. That makes this the largest violation, the most clear and direct disregard for the Emergency Militia War Powers Act in its history. Putting down transmuters in your own system that you currently hold, arguable. Telling nobody saying that nobody besides the Navy can come to the location until it's all secured and they figure out what's going on, arguably understandable. She violated the Emergency Militia War Powers Act. The Gallente are currently in the wrong as far as space politics go. So that brings us back to why the Caldari Navy did not seize Othanoon, besides the fact that it would completely undermine the mechanics of the Stargate that they just built. The reason why they don't do that is because that would still be a violation of the Militia War Powers Act. Obviously, the Militia War Powers Act is kind of defunct right now, but right now, the Caldari have the moral upper ground. They can say, look at this terrible thing that the Gallente are doing. We're not doing that. We haven't violated our accords. They did, right? And that is powerful. And it's even more powerful if you consider the fact that the Caldari's ally are the Amar. Now, as the Amar built these transmuters and all that stuff, the Caldari remained relatively silent. And at worst, what they said was, we should be careful, such things need to be careful. Define wrong? I mean, in the wrong. In other words, there were agreements, and the Gallente are the one that broke the agreement. Right now, the Gallente are in violation of the Militia War Powers Act. None of the other races are in violation of, in the same way, is all I'm saying. Right? Because Intaki and its surrounding constellation was designated to be part of the territory that's controlled by the Militia War Powers Act. So they invaded, right? Like, it's the same as invading another country, but not quite. More like a proxy country. Kind of like the Crimea situation, but maybe a little bit less. But the idea is that, like, while that area is contested, it's still part of that territory that's set aside for that. So they took it from being something that we agreed on to not that. So that's why I said that they're in the wrong, right? But this is incredibly important for Caldari, because the Amar are doing batshit crazy shit, right? But the thing that we don't really know is how much are the Caldari aware of and understanding and profiting from and coordinating with the Amar on this. We know that there is a program called Archive K that is basically a secret agreement between the state Ministry of Eternal Order and the Amar Empire. We also know that two of the people that were largely in charge of that are now part of Edencom's intelligence, both as director and one of the other senior dudes. Dudes. So while the Amar are doing the much more visible thing, the Caldari are collecting Triglavian research data, experimenting with the things that they found in Ugalis, and seeing if they can combine it with the technology that the Amar have been working on. Which all this means that it behooves the Caldari to stay as far out of the limelight as possible. They are more than happy to let the Gallente and the Amar do these really loud things that makes it so that they don't get questioned until they're ready to reveal whatever it is that they're working on, right? So that is why the state didn't take Othanun or the surrounding constellation, and why they haven't made a major move yet, because they are doing their stuff in secret, and simply being offended is currently the most politically advantageous thing for them to do. It also makes sense because the Gallente and the Amar are on opposite sides, right? The Amar and the Caldari are one side, the Mimitar and the Gallente are one side. So from a storytelling point of view, having it be the Amar and the Gallente that are the ones being out of line, that sets up the war, right? Like, one of the questions is, like, should it become a four-way war? Why do the militia agreements still exist? All these kinds of things. But this situation is going to make it so that, like, the bonds between the Mimitar and the Gallente and the bonds between the Amar and the Caldari are only going to get solidified. So that's the thing. Also, it's worth noting that the Gallente are low-key kind of almost the same kind of bad as the Amar. While the Amar use slavery, the Gallente use the veneer of democracy to destroy and subsume other cultures and try to make everyone into Gallente. They're both trying to make everybody into them, right? They both have a goal of basically becoming the one true empire. But they have different accoutrement that different aesthetic for how they do it. Isogen 5 equals 2 supersystem capitals. I don't know, man. Isogen 5 is way too terrifying. I think that Isogen 5... Yeah, God, I hope that we don't actually get anything that actually uses Isogen 5 as, like, a player level. Yeah. So, maybe cracking a gate at the other location? No. Well, so, I've said this before, but real quick, what I think all of this is leading towards is that players are going to receive... Like, the nullsec blocks are going to receive these transmuters as a way of customizing their system, right? Maybe increase the number of wormholes, but makes it so abyssal ore spawns, like the stuff that spawns in Triglavian space in Potvin, or maybe lowers the rats but increases industry, or makes it so that mission none of the rocks spawn, but the best rat sites do, and there's a higher bounty system, right? These are all things that could be done by shooting a giant laser at a star. They've proven those kinds of things out. So I think there's pretty clear signs, both in-game and out, that is the ultimate goal of this arc. Now, how much other things are going to be part of this, that's what's kind of widely unknown. And what happens when these things get used is also kind of widely unknown, which is why I think that what happened in Turner, I think that all of the null blocks should take a long, hard look at what happened at Turner and start doing some calculations, because chances are what we witnessed is the effect of one of these things blowing up, right? So if that's the case, then expect to have to deal with that happening potentially in your system if you put up one of these transmitters and then come under attack. Are the properties of Isogen 5 still mostly unknown? Isogen 5 is still highly theoretical. It has unique gravitonic properties. Its explosion created the wormholes, and it was both the fuel and the weapon to activate the super weapon that collapsed everybody's shields into themselves in the Elder Fleet. Those are the kind of the known things about Isogen 5 completely. The transmuter could be used as a siege weapon. Yeah, but CCP has said that they want to give nullsec additional ways to customize their own space. And they've kind of hinted at the fact that this is kind of where that's going, right? So this is going to be the tool by which you customize your own space. Maybe the Amar are trying to recreate the old super weapon. Yeah, I think that the point is that this is why I've always been nervous about the Amar and the super weapon, and Turner, and the transmuters, because the Amar have engineers and scientists that are alive today that worked on Jamil's super weapon. So of all of the people that know what Isogen 5 is and how it works, it would be the Amar, with Blood Raiders being second. And the Caldari have access to Ugalis, which has an ancient AI from a precursor race, potentially, woken up in it, theoretically. So I continue to be nervous about what happens when those two facts come together, right? You get what I'm saying? Well, yeah, so wait, in Echoes, is it the Yanyong weapons? I have a whole theory about this stuff. One of these days I'm going to finally be able to present it. What about this Caldari super weapon from the old trailer? That trailer was an Amar. That was Jamil. Yeah, the Yanyong. Yeah, so the Yanyong, the one thing we know for sure about the Yanyong was that they were masters of gravitonic physics. That was their thing. That's all we know about them. Besides, they settled in the Detol region of Galente space. So, actually, one of my theories has been, if you go look at my I Solved the Eve lore video, one of the key components is I believe that the Yanyong were the users of Isogen 5. That they were the creators of the Isogen 5 caches, and that I believe that the Yanyong Empire was at war with the Talican. And that war led to the creation of the AI, the destruction, and the now removal of both the Talican and the Yanyong. They either destroyed each other or they ran away. But yeah, so I've long, and that's why it's kind of important about that place in Ugalis, because the Ugalis, Ugalis is within range to be Yanyong based, because it's on the Galente side, I think, still. So there's precursor artifacts found in the moon there. It's an AI. So I think that they woke up a Yanyong machine and they just don't want to tell anybody, right? So, and they dispatched Derail, which is the Concord's anti-AI unit, and is it Kirkland Risk Control? Whatever. Either way, the Caldari mercenaries that are most known for dealing with weird shit in AI, like when the ghost ship came back from wormhole space, and there's irregularities that got in the way of salvage rights. That was who they sent in. Yeah, Del Tol is Yanyong. Like that's what they say. You know, the Yanyong were an ancient race that originally settled in the Del Tol region. That's literally like the only thing we know about them, for sure. If you go look at I spelled that wrong. Now, it's worth noting that I don't think this is going to work. Oh, well. Yeah. The Yanyong Nation possessed advanced gravitonic technology and force field theories. And the Isogen 5 weapon can turn force fields in on themselves to crush the ship inside. So I seriously believe that the Yanyong were the ones that developed the Isogen 5 technology, whereas the Talican instead build giant Dyson swarms around stars in order to make warps in space-time and build a Noicus, which is wormhole space. Okay? No, the ghost ship is not in the SOE arc. We call it the ghost ship. Basically, in the early days of the wormhole area, like 2009, the Caldari sent a science vessel in. It was a Raven that was converted as into a science vessel into wormhole space, and lost contact with it. And so it was just thought lost and dead until 2019, when it suddenly showed up in one of the systems of another Caldari Megacorp. So that other Caldari Megacorp seized it as salvage, because it's, you know, if it's just abandoned, if there's nobody alive on it, then it's technically salvage, so that it's in their territory, they can claim it. But then, like a couple days later, there was irregularities that forced that made it more complicated. They brought in, I think I said, Kirkland Risk Control Group, but somebody could correct me. And then it kind of went quiet, and we never actually got a resolution as to whether or not, or what happened to it. But one of the theories is like, so there was no life on board. The fact that there was no life on board is why it could be processed as salvage. Suddenly, there's a complication that makes it so it can't be processed as salvage. And then you bring in the AI fighting team, right? Like, so there's an idea that possibly either one of the scientists or somebody from the vessel has managed to, like, basically encode themselves into the computer, or maybe the other has hitched a ride, right? Something along those lines. So, yeah, Major Tom is in the game too. Well, there was no the mercenaries ensured there was no survivors. Like I said, this is a group that they got brought in there, and they got brought in. They were also the ones that took care of the Kainoke plague, right? This is the group that gets sent in to deal with the bullshit that's extremely dangerous and highly unknown. Who is the other again? The other is a rogue sapient artificial intelligence that emerged within the Sleeper's construct, and is a complete violation of such, because you're supposed to have a body to exist in the construct, and is very mad, and is now escaping the construct through the drifters, probably. So I'm running out of time, so I'm gonna put a pin in all this stuff. We can talk about it another day. You can check out my videos for more information, etc., etc. But there's something big I want to talk to you about, okay? Especially you new bros, especially your economists, or your economists, your industrialists, and the people that are trying to support your, like fuel, or have supplies for your corp, whatever, or just normal people. There are now, and I made a video about this before, but this came from before the changes. There is a new group known as Paragon. Did I not? Yeah. I thought there was 8, but there's apparently 11 total fulfillment centers. Yes. I'm making it go away. Look, I fixed it before too many people had to warn me. Does the Fiend operate in today's lore? Yes, he does, in a very, very like hidden way. The assassin in Sine Wave Alpha and Sine Wave Omega is reporting to and working with the Fiend, which is wild because that spins off into all kinds of other things. So yeah, the Fiend is 100% pulling strings. And my personal pet theory, by the way, guys, I'll just call it now. I think that the Fiend is now the Deathless. I think that the Fiend rebranded as the Deathless. So yeah, I would say that he's still around. But again, like he's like really quiet. Like he only shows up as a person that he's Anakori, so he's the guy that the assassin's reporting to, right? He doesn't ever make the news. The Fiend has never been his name has never been referred to since the Chronicle about him was put out. But he survived a Concord attack and hates Concord. The guy's name is Deathless, and his first act was trying to undermine Concord. Specifically Sorrow, which is specifically the branch of Concord that the Fiend originally attacked. So there is very good evidence that Anakori has gone from being called the Fiend to being called the Deathless, and has spent the last 20 years slowly pulling together his contacts within the criminal underbelly of Caldari Mimitar, and from that has built the Deathless organization. Taking his first actions, he was he brokered the deal for some mercenaries to work on the civil war on the Galente planet, which I can't remember right now, but then had to pull them off that planet to immediately use them in something else, because they refer to the fact that this is the Deathless This is all related to the formation of the scope. This is the scope becoming independent. The FIO documents leaked by Peacock to the Deathless, which then leaked it to Upwell. Upwell started attacking the Serpentis capital shipyards. The Empire's got upset because Upwell shouldn't have this proprietary information. So then Scope became the brokering service. We got Shadow of the Serpent event. And that's how events started. I digress. This is more important right now, guys. I'm telling you, this is more important. Y'all want to make money? Or do you want to lose it? It's this simple. There are 11 Paragon fulfillment centers. Every day, you can go to one of these 11 Paragon fulfillment centers and turn in a ship to get a thing called Evermarks. Evermarks are the only way to buy the Corp logos and the Alliance logos. They are also the only way to get Evermarks is by turning in these ships. The stations are in all 4 of the major trade hubs. Sorry, all 5 of the major trade hubs, as well as several places in LowSec distributed. Okay? These stations are brand new. What this means is these stations are unstocked. There are rich people who are now, frustratingly to them, needing to go to these Paragon stations every day and turn in a ship. You get told what ship it is, and then you bring it in and you turn it in. A couple things about that. First of all, by the way, you can decline the mission and continue to request missions until you get the ship type that you want, or ship, at least the class. I mean, you could theoretically wait for the exact ship that you want, but like if you want the most points, you go until you get a mining barge, for example. So they're T1 frigates, destroyers, and mining barges of all kinds that we've seen. One. How many do you need to do for the Corp emblem? More or less, it depends on the size of the ship. Because like shuttles are 250, frigates are like 5,000, all the way up to 2,500 or 12,500, I think. 2,500 is for the frigate. The destroyers are worth a little bit more. I think the 2,900, and then mining barges are worth 4K. So, what does that mean? That means that rich people are going to these trade hubs, docking up in Paragon, looking at what ship they need to buy, opening it up on the market, buying it, and turning it in. So, right now, if you take T1 ships and put them in these stations, they get sold for upwards of at least, well, for a while it was nuts, but they're at least like a 30-40% markup across the board. I sold 2 mining barges for 75 million each, then another one for 65, and then 2 around 55 million each, right? Like, mining barges are like, what, 30? Destroyers are going for 4 million. People will pay whatever you want, whatever you charge them, as long as it's, because like, what is 4 million to somebody who's trying to get a corp logo, right? They just wanted to get done as fast as humanly possible. What this means is that, what this means for you as a entrepreneurial person that wants to profit on the pain and misery of others is there are 6 basic ships, frigates, 2 destroyers, so 8 different ships for all 4 empires, 16, 32. So there's 32 individual ships, plus the 3 mining barges. So 35 different ships that need to be supplied in 11 different stations. What that means is there is plenty of opportunity, and they're always being, like, you know, sold. Now, maybe eventually this will be worked out, but as it stands right now, most of the time, the ship is not available in the station. You have to go to the trade hub to actually get it and then bring it to the station. And let me tell you, people are willing to pay a lot more to not have to do that, right? To just be able to hit buy, turn in. They're willing to pay a premium. So if you take T1 hulls and you put them in there, you can sell them for, we're going to go with profitable amounts. Normally T1 ships are not very profitable to make, but now there is a way to make them profitable. Dodixie, well, in JITA, this is fine, whatever, right? Like if I go here and I look up Magnate, look at that price history, first of all. Okay? This is what we're talking about. Every single T1 destroyer and frigate empire, their charts look like this right now. Okay? That right there, that's the smell of opportunity. We're talking about magnates that normally go for $500,000 that are pretty consistently selling for over $1 million, right? If I go here, I can see, check this out. So these are all within the G to 44 station. But if I have a magnate and I want to turn it in and I got to get it right now, I'm going to pay 1.2 million for a 500,000 ISK ship. Right? That is the smell of opportunity. And as you can see, I just picked one at random, and there's not that many on market. So keeping an eye on these to find when there's a hole is really good. Look at the rifter. Now, what this also means that is if you, for instance, are trying to replace all your ships for a free-for-all for some reason, frigate free-for-all, now is not the time to be buying T1 ships, frigates and destroyers, or mining barges from the market. God help you. Do not go and try to buy. But look, there's only 20 rifters right now on market that's within a reasonable price, and that's under $1 million. It goes up to $3 million. If you want to get it in the Paragon station, oh look, you can't unless you're willing to pay 100 million ISK. So right now, you could grab these 20 rifters, take them to this Paragon station, and sell them for $3 million, and chances are you'll sell them. That's just an opportunity, right? Like, and the thing is that these are going to constantly be coming up because there's 35 different ships in each place that needs to be stocked, constantly being consumed on top of the normal T1 consumption, right? That's true. Those turn into faction stuff too. But well, so the incursus. I've gotten the incursus a few times. That's actually not as bad. Let's look at the mining barges. Retriever. Yeah. So retrievers were 40 to 50. Right now they're over 60. Yeah, thrashers at 1.6 mil. I was selling destroyers for 3 mil pretty consistently. So, but here's the thing. There have been multiple times this weekend that I've gone to Dodixie and I've gotten a thing like I got the coercer. I went and searched. There was 0 on the Dodixie market. None in the entire region. There's only buy orders. That is insane. So, again, there are people that are willing to pay a premium for the convenience of not having to go anywhere. Maybe they're under war deck. They don't want to have to figure out how to haul the thing. Whatever. They're willing to pay you lots of money to make it so that they can just buy it and turn it in. And most of them don't know that they can refresh it to get the one that they want, or they're too lazy to do that. And so they're going to just buy whichever one they get told to buy. Okay? So, it's weird that people are buying. I think a lot of, but T2, well, at least in Faction Warfare, T2 is significantly less valuable than it was before. So yeah, coercers are 1.7 to 1.8 in Jita right now. So they're probably closer to like 3 or 4 in other trade hubs. A Corp logo isn't worth the squeeze? Not even an Alliance one? Well, that's your assessment. First of all, you can just bring in the ship yourself. Second of all, the other piece is that what's 4 million ISK to these people, right? Who cares? I don't care, right? It happens to me. If I go to a Paragon station and there is a destroyer on the market for 4 million, or there's a destroyer in the trade hub for 1 million, I'm going to buy the 4 million one and turn it in. I'm just telling you, because it's just 3 million ISK to me, right? Like, and there's lots of people that feel that way. So, but it's also worth noting that there is more heraldry coming. And while there is more ways to get Evermarks coming soon, or coming too, you can build up Evermarks now for whatever comes next, right? So it's not always going to just be for Alliance and Corp logos. And it's probably going to be for more ships too. So since these things are dailies, they reset after 23 hours, it behooves you to knock them out. You're kind of encouraged to knock them out every day. So because new bureaus will not be able to get in, I actually don't think so, because like you can still get T1 stuff, but what this does is it makes it so that it's actually like value. A lot of those new bureaus start out mining and doing industry, but then they get taught that everything they could possibly build isn't worth anything. But now they get taught that as long as they can go to a secondary market, find something that's not supplied and supply it, and have it be a T1 thing. That is an opportunity for new bros that didn't exist before. So like it gives them a way to start their industrial career from the go that did not exist in a really good way before. Before it was like basically ammo. Can scope reports be fully trusted? They are in universe. They are independent, and we could talk about like conspiracies about who's behind them, but they are an in-universe thing. So they only know what they know. And the last time the scope released leaked video of Highland 2 costs and the Drifter invasion, and 2 of the scope reporters were arrested for several days. So, it's not all hunky-glory. And also the scope is defested from their capsuleer service, and now it's being done by the agency. what does Evermore want the ships for? Squeeze the market? Evermore wants the ships so that way they can sell them for cash. The whole like this is actually an in-universe thing, right? So Evermore, so Interbus was having problems. Like its future was in doubt. So the Paragon was designed to find new ways for Interbus to be an independent operation, right? So since the empires have completely failed in their obligations to not just CCP intro packs, but other things too. Yes, but yes. So Evermore doesn't trust just working with the empires anymore because they're complete failures at diplomacy. So what do? You begin working with capsuleers. So the fact that they've created these new holograms that they're using to sell to us in order to collect this stuff, so that way they can turn it around and sell it themselves for profit in universe, which is basically turning it around on a secondary different market, a premium market, which would be the cash shop, which is also kind of an in-universe concept, kind of. That's how Evermore plans on making their fortune, right? And it makes sense to that from that perspective. So the in-universe idea of we're turning in ships so that way they can turn around and sell them as fit ships to players for cash, and rather than rewarding us in ISK, they reward us in, fun time tokens that we can use to buy their new tech that makes our ships flashy. Like that totally works from an in-universe design and from an out-of-universe design. What? When they cut the number of ships gifted container? I actually don't know what you mean by that. Think that there will be no, because Interbus is very strong now, right? Interbus has now become one of the 3 consortiums. Well, part of the Evermore, Upwell, and shit, what was the third? Oh, Air. Upwell, Air, and Evermore are the 3 mega consortiums that are Empire independent. The ships given to career systems as beginners? I thought they did. They still give it to them. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's necessarily related. It could be, but I don't know. All I know is that, like I said, we keep saying that this makes it hard for new bros, but I keep hearing from new bros that things are better now, right? Like the fact that they can mine Veldspar and make money makes them very happy, right? They don't care that the Mauler is a little bit more expensive than it was during the reign of the Rorqual. They care that when they mine Veldspar, it's worth more than nothing. It's not profitable if you do the multiple missions of the old MPE. Okay. Why would we measure the new player experience on its economic advantage and efficiency? That's way not the point. Now, I actually believe that they should reward things like ships and even fit ships for maybe storyline missions, the missions that you get every 14, or maybe new kinds of missions that get brought in, or distribution missions or something like that. I actually think that what we should focus on is actually giving players the things that they need to continue to upgrade in the context of the missions themselves. That's, I think, what would be the better solution. But it is proven that these purchasing packs are historically one of the best things that CCP could do for retention. So that's why they're doing it. It's not even to make money, right? Because they know that it's unpopular to sell ships, but the issue is this goes back to what I was saying earlier. What is the problem that they're trying to save or solve. The problem that they're trying to solve, if they just wanted cash, I'll put it this way: if they just wanted cash, then they would sell the new holograms on the cash shop. Done. People would pay for it, right? So they're not. They are doing it to incentivize this whole program. Why does this program exist? This program exists to justify the CCP's ability to sell it. Why does CCP need to justify selling ships? Well, because the sanctity of the Eve simulation is paramount, and therefore ships from nothing is not really great. Asterisk frigates. It also kind of justifies, they're already giving away frigates and destroyers for free. So this now becomes the justified source for those frigates and destroyers that they give away for free in the career agents. But it doesn't matter. They can sell you Plex. They can sell you, expert systems. But the act of trying to turn Plex into a fit ship, that is the barrier of entry for most new players. So a lot of people buy the destroyer pack, not because it's worth $5, but because that's a fit ship. It solves the problem. It's something they get to play with. It is fit at least on a basic level. And when they lose it, they still have that fit in their loss mail. They can kind of start to, like, they've seen what right starts to look like. So, well, the empires are incapable of promoting anything besides their own war at this point. Air is the people that build the clones now. Air is the organization that's basically taken over the Capsuleer manufacturing process. All right. So, but the point of the matter is, this is your opportunity, right? JITA is a little bit, because it's the biggest trade hub, is going to be the most competitive, like always. But I guarantee you, at any given time, if you go to Heck and look at the market, you'll be able to find something that Paragon wants that isn't being supplied at all. So, there's that. And the empires are promoting their ships. They just released a bunch of Navy ships to reward us for going and fighting for them. That's what they're focused on. Preset level 50 clone that can lose skills. I mean, arguably that's what, that would be what expert systems are for, right? Also, I realize that now it's only 1 o'clock, not 2, so I still have more time, which is nice. Without skill losses when you have no theta cone. But the other thing is that what they're going to be doing right now, this is stimulating the T1 industry market. But eventually they're going to put in new tasks for Evermore that reward different kinds of activity. Because CCP finds it more valuable to reward your activity than to sell you the special effects for cash. Which I've said before, says volumes to me. It is worth more for them to increase player activity than to increase revenue from the players, directly. That's pretty cool. It's what the old MPE has more flavor. I mean, you say that, but the old MPE had like no flavor. Right? I mean, it depends on how old you talk about. If you're talking about like the Inception MPE, I agree with that, but at the same time, that had huge issues as well. So, actually, CCP has been moving towards a streamlined, unified onboarding process. So they've actually moved more towards players all kind of starting the same way. In fact, CCP is even, like back in 2009, I had a conversation where they're spitballing the idea of like making it so that ULI was the place where all new players start. Everyone starts in ULI. That way they can put special protections in ULI and make sure to have a very curated existence there. And that would also allow organizations to go and recruit new bros there, knowing that that's where the new bros are, rather than being scattered throughout all of the different, throughout the cluster with 12 different sites. I think, right? I think. Air should be borderless? I mean, they technically are, right? Like, well, Air has associations with SOE and Caldari. By and large, but actually, Air has some pretty strong ties to the Caldari, but they are independent. All right. Yes, Uli used to be the center, and then they rerouted the gates. But it's also, CCP also made a gate from Mimitar space to Concord space, and CCP Fozzie hinted at the fact that it might be poignant eventually. So that's what led me to think that they actually might go forward. They may still go forward with the idea of moving all New Bro to Uli. Basically, the idea would be that you start your MPE as an unidentified capsuleer, right? You make your appearance completely, because there's this thing, like they found out that without the appearance generator, that actually also decreases retention huge. So you make your character, but it doesn't make you make any choices like what corporation you want or what nation you want to be part of or whatever. This is actually why I think the MPE is currently racial agnostic, because the goal would be for you to go through the entire MPE, or at least the first phase of it, and then once completed, you choose your affiliation, right? Now that you're done, who do you want to work for? I want to work for the Mimitar. You go off and go work for the Mimitar. What do you want to do? I want to work for the MR. Go off and work for the MR. What do you want to do? I want to work for the Angels. Go off and work for the Angels. What do you want to do? I want to work for Goonswarm. Go off and work for Goonswarm. They have talked about having that be more of the direction that they go for how the MPE actually works. So no choice waters down the choice? No, you do get the choice. But the idea is that players are confronted with the information, what empire do you want to join, before they have any information that allows them to actually like judge that. And while there are, the pictures and the text and all that stuff, that just could be very overwhelming and may not necessarily give them good information. But the whole point is like to get them in there, get them playing, and get them thinking about Eve. Then once they're done, be like, okay, now who do you want to be associated with? Who do you want to, where did you come from? Now that you have at least, now that you can pause again. The race determines how you look as well. Well, in this universe, you would probably change that slightly. But also, they have already done that a few times where they've kind of unlocked the some of the racial differences. I'm just saying, like, this is all unofficial information, but that's what I've always pieced together. That's why I think the Air MPE is agnostic, is because they want you to make your affiliational choice after. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that didn't change with the what is it called? What's the thing called? The thing that lets you join faction warfare without being in faction, without leaving your corp. Is it? No, it's not affiliation, but that name is now stuck in my head. Allegiance. The allegiance system. I think that's the allegiance system, right? A lot of people see the allegiance system as being just about faction warfare, but it's about affiliation with with one of the alliance, with one of the empires. It's about saying that you are allied with the empire and that your efforts are to advance that empire. And faction warfare is just one way to advance that empire's goals and objectives. So it could very well be that you play as, you go through the new player experience, and then at some point in that process, the different empires try to sell you on them, and then you can choose whether or not you want to fight for the freedom fighters, if you want to fight for the slavers, if you want to fight for the fascists, if you want to fight for the Democrats or democracy, do you want to fight for a pirate group? Do you want to fight for a player group? Or do you want to not have any allegiance at all, right? Like, that choice is now made at a time where it's both less pressure and also you have more information. Trigs are the fifth empire. Technically sixth, but fifth now, because Concord doesn't exist, or Jove doesn't exist. They've already said that once this allegiance system with empires is done, the next step is to add it to the pirates. And I actually think that a lot of what the faction warfare system that we're seeing right now, could very well be replicated. Like, this is how the Caldari and the Gallente contest these specific systems, but that exact same rules could be the way that Nullsec contests their systems with each other. Or, this is why I say, like, it's all fun and games until Tash Murkon invades Stain, right? Right now, the idea of faction warfare is still being contained within those faction warfare systems. But Tash Murkon is absolutely staged to invade Stain, which is Sancha's sovereign territory. So at some point, we may see basically a faction war style event where Amar is attempting to make progress and push Sancha out of Stain. And that will have its own knock-on effects, right? But that is my prediction for, like, how they are. That's what they've already set up to be the way that they kind of unlock pirate, the pirate system, adding pirate system to the faction warfare system. Like, once this is perfected, there's no reason why the faction warfare system, this faction warfare idea has to be exclusive to faction warfare systems. It could be the entirety of EVE, right? Every system could follow these rules, with it being owned by either an empire, a pirate empire, or a player. And that makes the map dynamic. You could attack and take Sov from the Garistas, and they could attack and take Sov from somewhere else. If Sancha got over or pushed back, well, right now the universe is static, so you can't, right? I mean, it was static. It's becoming less and less static over time. Then they will have to completely revamp all of the pirate factions like normal Empire ship lines? No. I wouldn't say that. Just, I mean, they would just function the way they are now. It's null security space. And there are missions that you could do for them. But significantly easier to get Empire ships. Now, I think that it would be fine, personally. But it doesn't matter. I mean, like, there are definitely details to work out, which is probably why they want to worry about that next. They want to make this system stable and proven, and then work on the next piece and the next piece. I actually think that maybe the next piece after this is going to involve the Triglavians too, because they're you could just introduce the Triglavians as the one wild card to this whole thing, and if that works out fine, then you can have Tash Murkon invade Stain, and then if that works out fine, then the Drifters can attack all of Nullsec, and everybody will get mad again. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yes, full ship lines are possible. In the same way that this expansion was all focused on the empires, it has been hinted at and very logical to assume that here in, like, the next arc, it's going to be more focused on the Deathless and pirates. So they introduce the Deathless ship line and the Deathless's faction as a formal group. You rebalance the navy, or all of the faction or pirate ships that you need to, like the capitals, for example, that are all over the place. You introduce maybe some new pirate, like a pirate destroyer, like everybody's always wanted, and a lot of other accoutrement. And Bob's your uncle. You have the pirate expansion that comes out after the Empire expansion, and that just tracks. The other thing is that it's very, 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 very likely that the next arc is going to be related to the release of the shooter. Wait. What's going on? SOE stealth destroyers, here we come. That'd be cool. But either way, my point is that, like, yeah, that's where we're heading, right? The empires descend into war, and in that chaos, the pirates can do their own thing. There's massive amounts of smuggling on the rise. There's the rise of the Deathless faction. There's the new agreements between the Inebra cult and the Deathglow hunters, and you probably don't know any of these names, and they like it that way. So, you know, there's plenty of, like, the pirate situation has been brewing pretty fucking quick, actually. So, as a matter of fact, ironically enough, well, again, I think that the Fiend is the Deathless, so same thing. Yeah, the Deathless, the Deathless would be the Caldari Mimitar faction. That's what the Deathless is. His organizations are Thucker and Caldari criminal groups. Like B-tier criminal groups. So, where was I? There's been massive smuggling on the rise. There's been lots of movement when it comes to that kind of thing. The empires are blowing up their stars. Like, I don't know what else to say about the empires besides the fact that they are losing their goddamn mind. You know how bad it is? Here. Let me see if I can find this real quick. So, during the evacuation effort, before Turner became turned, it says what everybody kind of did, right? So we have, is this the one that has it? Hold on. Let me, oh, whoa. Oops, what did I do? Yeah, here it is. So, remember, Amarian transmuters in an Amarian held system that is Mimitar originally. House Corazor has explicitly increased humanitarian cooperation with the Servant Sisters of Eve and allowed its flag to be used in a number of evacuation flights of the Turner system. Cool. Royal Air Aram Ardeshipper has gone so far as to declare passage for civilians from Turner under safe conduct, a religious duty for all vassals of House Ardeshipper and Sorum. Big time good. Although it is a bit interesting that the Ardeshipper heir spoke for both Ardeshipper and Sorum. No, apparently with the agreement of close and fellow Sword Marshal Araxarum. Thus far, the Khanid Kingdom has maintained inscrutable silence, despite typical of since the Chakade affair ended with EOM crisis and widespread purges. However, unconfirmed reports from the Panea system in Aridia claim that Royal Khanid Navy vessels have been surveying locations in close orbit of that system's star. It's a Type AO star, by the way, guys. And after this, we saw the Caldari going there and working with the Khanid, specifically Lidai, the most sus of all the megacorps. I'm sure there's nothing happening. Tribes of the Mimitar Republic have been forthright in their backing of the position of the Samatar Malatu Shakur and his representatives, who are also leading as much aid as possible to the Republic Justice Department's efforts to evacuate as many civilians as possible from Turner, or at least in the inner zones of the system. The resources of the vast tribal federation in Brutor and Sebestior has been mobilized to support evacuation along with the Thucker tribe infiltration and smuggling pilots. Crucial and Varokir clans and mercantile circles have also lent their aid in transporting, housing, and feeding any refugees, along with blah, 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 blah. Nefernder and Starkmandir resources, blah, 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 blah. Oh, no! Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think it's down here, right? Yeah. So then down here in the other news, smuggling networks of Garistas pirates, Angel Cartel, and Deathless group carry refugees to safety in truce agreement. So what this means is that the pirates were willing to work together better and were more humanitarian than Khanid. So that's neat. I didn't say that this is a problem. I'm saying that this is quite the indictment to Khanid, right? But the Guristas and the Deathless have been kind of going at each other for a while now. And the Angel cartel has been having a turf war with Sekal Group, which is part of the Deathless's network, for a while now. So the fact that they put aside their differences in order to work together on this actually reminds me of earlier, there was stuff about like the Guristas helping out in Othanoon, I want to say. There's a lot of stuff like the pirates have been doing a lot of smuggling and other things in the background as well. Deathless could be also not in system. Wait, what? Yeah, the Deathless. I would assume that the Deathless was not in system at the time that it exploded. Only us insane people were. CCP needs to specify why. The Eve universe is like the real world, right? We sometimes get omniscient information, but usually it's an unreliable narrator. And generally speaking, it doesn't work out great when we get omniscient information. And CCP there's been a very concerted effort to shift over to almost exclusively doing environmental storytelling since 2019. Deathless is not the Space Gandalf. The Space Gandalf was the guy who was leading the Absolver. The Absolver, who was the guy in Turner 1, who was leading the nomadic Mimitar Thucker that had never left the planet. You know, the one that mysteriously had Triglavian mask in his equipment and was seen being engulfed in light, and so is totally dead, guys. Also, there's a structure in the background that does look suspiciously like it could be a Talican wreck on the planet, so who the fuck knows at this point? But, I mean, like, even look at this, like a mask, right? Now it's in the game, so I can actually reference it. Breather masks and similar accoutrements are a common sight in the desert and rocky environments of barren worlds, such as Turner 1, but this design is particularly sophisticated and unusual. Despite the interfaces with designed to interface with the nanotech implants of any user and incorporating adaptive systems that can establish new sub-implants, this mask bears all of the signs of being derived from Triglavian hardware, if not itself an example of such technology. The mask itself would be proof against many hazardous environments, protecting the respiratory system of the wearer from damage and aiding breathing, but appears to have been configured in desert fashion for use in arid and dusty environments. So, what is a bunch of nomadic Mimitar who don't trust outsiders doing with Triglavian technology? This is why I don't think it's the last we've heard from the Absolver or his crew. Because it's one of those things, right? Like, what happens is that we all, you know, like, there's no report, there's no confirmation of their death. People don't know what happened. They assume that they died. That's what they keep on saying in the news. They don't say, you know, the Turner 1 nomads were destroyed. They say it is unknown the fate of the nomads, right? So we can all assume that they're dead. They must have died. They had to have died. We saw them die, right? We saw the one frame of, like, before the explosion fully hit the camera and knocked it out, of them being engulfed by the light while he's holding up the stick, right? There's no denying. So what happens when in a few weeks or months he shows up somewhere, right? I mean, there are some other logical, like easier explanations. I mean, this doesn't have to be magic. I mean, they could have been some sort of clone technology or all kinds of different stuff, right? The Triglavians once stripped an entire city of every biological thing down to a molecular level, so maybe they have some sort of technology to do that. Who knows? But the point is that he's kind of set up to be like mysteriously reappear somewhere, and the fact that he's now back being like a whole thing, right? Even if he was a capsule, but the idea would be that there could be some sort of trick, like either he had a backup clone and or whatever, or the mask. Like all you have to do is have something that's able to integrate and scan the brain potentially. And we also don't know what technology the Triglavian used to take all of the biological matter from one planet and put it onto another planet. So there's a lot of unknowns, but the idea that this guy totally being gone, they introduced this guy, they introduced these people, and then they killed him off 4 days later. It doesn't make sense. And they also introduced these new items related to it. So, what does this one say? Because this is from the Proving Conduits. The product of a culture long practiced in the art of surviving in hazardous environments, this bioadaptive mask is designed to enclose, protect, and augment the primary respiratory orifices while leaving the rest of the wearer's face relatively unencumbered. This sophisticated device is equipped with the internal force field generators able to provide sufficient full coverage protection from dangerous environments or even the cold embrace of vacuum. Should the need arise, the mask is designed to interface with the organic and biochemical systems of the wearer through its own nanotech interfaces and adaptive implantation systems. In many respects, this mask appears to be derived, in part, from the more typical full-face mask worn by the Troikas of the Triglavian collective. Though this clearly lacks some of the more advanced and outright enigmatic elements of such masks. Regardless, the device bears the typical hallmarks of Triglavian technology, with the identifiable lack of regard for integration of the biological and the artificial evident in its underlying design. So, yeah, actually, if we read this mask isn't just to protect their breath. This says, is equipped with an internal force field generator able to provide sufficient full coverage protection from dangerous environments. This thing can protect you from the vacuum of space. So, let's just all agree that there is every possibility that the Absolver and his people are still alive. Can we just agree to that? You sent me a message on Discord? Because I can only have so many things open. Yes. What was brought up is on the back, in the back of the Absolver, he's got capsular jacks. So yeah, the question is, where did this guy come from? The question is, who is this dude really? Is he a Deathless agent? Is he a Triglavian agent? You know, this dude shows up and becomes this religious leader for this nomadic tribe, and that he has weird technology, and there may be other weird technology in a system with an AO star. I don't think he was the top of his food chain. Yes, that is Space Gandalf. That we're talking about. That's the other thing. They really teased him, right? By putting him in the teaser. Like, they had to have, like, known that Space Gandalf was going to be the thing that, like, stood out from the teaser. It really was the tease of the teaser, right? So the idea that that's like, yeah, that guy died before the expansion even came out, is kind of weird. It's kind of weird. The force field have extreme protection against hard gamma bursts. That's true, but it only has to hold for a couple of seconds. Yeah, he claims to be Mimitar, but he has an Amar robe. Exactly. There's just, it doesn't add up. I was going to go over faction warfare stuff today, but we've already been over a lot. So I'm going to start going over some of the other news, see what happens. The Magic School Bus. Mike Azariah. Hold on a second. Actually, let's do an ad and a marker, and then we'll go on to the next thing. All right. Remember the other heretic. That's true. We also still have. Oh, you're probably gone, but we also have the head of the EOM that is still mysteriously reappeared and missing now. What if there are trick versions of Capsuleer pilots? Just you guys raise your hand if the ads are over. All right then. It's all good. Hey Drake. Ha, that's true, GM. Now it's a good time to consider becoming a member of the stream, because that's what helps support all of this, along with the ads and other stuff like that. But, you know, sharing it around, showing people the YouTube channel, linking people my videos, all of this is really good at promoting things and helps the channel get big. So people can learn more about Eve, and I can do this, continue to do this for you guys, because I really appreciate doing it. Okay. So, where were we? Before I ruined everything. Oh, yeah. The next topic. I probably could pull something up, but I don't really want to. This handsome fella is Mike Azariah. Mike Azariah is a good fucking dude, okay? This guy has been on the CSM multiple times. He actually got cancer, so he couldn't be on the CSM anymore. He beat it, recovered, got back on his horse, and then retook his CSM seat, which is pretty impressive. He is one of the only people to have gotten on the Council of Stellar Management while being basically a high-sec candidate. One of the things that he's most well known for is championing and getting the Bowhead created for invasion runners or incursion runners. And he spends an unreasonable amount of time in the rookie channels giving people help. And he's been doing this for over a decade. This dude is the quintessential definition of a solid dude. Okay? Now, one of the things he does is he wanders around, he has a loop that he goes between all of the different newbie areas, newbie systems. And when he gets there, he gives out free ships to anybody who wants them. He has a bowhead full of frigates and destroyers. I even think a couple cruisers that are fit for PvP, Abyss, whatever. He's consulted me for good fits, to get things situated. He really, really cares. And he's doing this pretty much every goddamn day. He is going from newbie system to newbie system, giving away stuff with what he calls the Magic School Bus. And while he does take donations, he generally speaking doesn't bother people with them. Except once a year. Around the winter time, he does. So this month is his fundraising month. So if anything that I just told you makes you think, man, I want to help that guy do his thing because it sounds really awesome. Mike Azariah accepts ISK. He accepts hulls. He accepts modules. Whatever. Just take your old battered up box of shit that's just collected up and you don't know. Give it to him. Give some extra ISK. Because, Think about it. Just a little bit of ISK is going to give him a lot of ships. Yeah. So consider helping out the Magic School Bus. Yeah, it's the talk of the town in rookie help, as well it should be. So I can unironically, fully and full-throatedly endorse Mike Azariah. Please give him ISK. All right. In fact, here's stuff about the Magic School Bus. Videos about it if you want to know more information. He's got a YouTube, or he's got a WordPress about it. He's got all kinds of stuff about it. And like I said, he is super cool. Awesome dude. I love talking to him. He has a lot of the same idea as I do when it comes to high-sec and stuff. Like, he is there to support Care Bears and all that stuff, but he understands that what makes EVE special is the interactions, right? That the Care Bears game would be actually cheapened if the gankers weren't a thing at all, right? So this guy represents high-sec, but he also really understands EVE. Blueprints are a great idea to give him. What he does is technically against the rules for rookie help. So he explicitly has an exception carved out for him. Even when there was once upon a time that after 30 days you were kicked out of the rookie chat and you could not go in. He was the only player in all of EVE for a while that was allowed to be in the rookie channel indefinitely. That is how, like, we talk about how Crib is a good guy. Mike Azariah is the one guy that, like, CCP trusts with their new bros. So it would not make sense. It would make, you're right. You're not allowed to advertise things in rookie channel, but he does communicate his bus, where it's going, and getting people out there because he's trying to reach those new players, and CCP is extremely aware of it and very happy about it. So there's that. The War of a Million Lies. Yes. Man, that's a whole... Go back through my video collection. That's all I can say. All right. Mike thinks I grief new players. I don't know. I don't know. I neither know what you did to make him think that way. Well, I don't know about the lies of failing, because if you think about it, the War of a Thousand Lies was about the political manipulation and the rise of the Society of Conscious Thought as the dominant political force within the Second Jovian Empire. So... And it could even be related to the Hedyuani and Theodicy. So the War of a Million Lies is a. Hopefully, one day we know more information about it. The idea behind the War of a Million Lies, War of a Million Lies, is that there's basically a shadow war for control of the future of humanity by background manipulators. Because the Jove have this tendency to think that they know what's best for everybody. The Hedyuani did it. The Jove sometimes did it. And the SOCT kind of did it. Like, they get so full of themselves that they think that everybody would be better off if they just listened to them, right? So it's a thing. So... Yeah, if you go read I figured out the Eve lore, I postulate that I think that the Elders, the Amarian, the Elders, the Talrog, the Amar ones, which are I can't remember the name of, and the Hedyuani are all the same thing. I think that all of the beings of light are the same group that have been manipulating things for a while. How does the UFO mission factor into this? I have no idea what you're talking about. Piloted rogue drones? Nope. I would have to look into that. Where can I go to get more information about that? Is it a mission? Did I not read enough? Oh, find a UFO mission? Okay. I'll see what I can do. Hold on, let me write that down. At the very least, I'm going to ask around to the people I know that know things. UFO mission. What would be interesting is there was some new, like, I think it was level 2 missions that were introduced a few years back. So I've always suspected that there was like story injected into those, but I never gone back and like hunted them out. But yeah, interesting. I'll look into it. I know that the rogue drones are a whole kettle of fish. Like there are some rogue drones that seem to be working for the other. There are some rogue drones that are definitely working for the Triglavians, and there are some rogue drones that appear to have been mutated by being around Triglavian technology and has basically adapted Triglavian technology, but has remained independent of the Triglavians, which are known as the Unshackled Overmind. All right. In other news, the war zone has changed. The 2 constellations were taken out of the southern half of the war zone, of the Galente Caldari war zone, rather. And of course, the frontline system has changed the way that the wars play out altogether. Because of this, this has necessitated the change in our tools. The Convocation of Empyreans and Aderon Robotics provides as a free service to everyone, no matter what militia you're in, a tactical warzone map. This map tells you the contested value of every system. Every 15 minutes, we pull the data and we do math against it, so we can tell you how, what plexes have shifted in the last 24 hours, within the last 15 minutes, what its current percentage. You can sort it by that, so that way you can find where to strike, and you can watch the kill feed roll past. This is everything inside of the war zone. And as you can see, like, he's rearranged it so that way the map now matches the in-game map for faction warfare a lot better. And these systems, we've opted to keep these systems gray rather than take them completely out, because I'm suspicious that we haven't seen the last of the changes in the faction warfare map. So we're just kind of leaving it as flexible as we can. But yep, the new faction warfare map is live and up and available for everybody. Also, it is my understanding that the Warzone map, yeah, I can see it. So, for instance, Oinasaiken is next to Aboon. It's hard to see, but I think they're going to change it so it's more obvious. But Oinasaiken is light blue and Aboon is light green, whereas Notoritas is dark blue. And over here, Yagalis is dark green. So we're going to work on ways to better represent this, but you can actually see the frontline, rear guard, whatever status in here as well. So let me link that. It's at aderon.org/FW/map. However, hey, GM, do you remember what Pedro needs from Mimitar? Can you remind me? The one thing is that while the Galente Caldari side is done again, the Amar Mimitar side is now borked because we need to fix something. So Pedro needs people from the war zone for some reason, and we'll get you that answer in a second. But yeah, the Mimitar, the Caldari Galente Warzone is 100% functional. Oh, since I'm introducing it to some people, the systems with red boxes around them mean that they're Triglavian minor victories, and the systems with where's Othanoon? Well, if you need to find a specific system like I do, you can actually sort by system name, find it in here. There it is. And then you can see that it highlights pink. So I can go here. Oh, that's a red border too. I'm going to ask him to change that. Oh, nope. I'm right. I'm wrong. This is a Triglavian minor victory, so it's got a red border. This is a Edencom victory. So if you look, there's a dark blue border. We should probably make it a few more pixels deep. But man, all right. I don't remember exactly what Pedro needed, but if you're in the Mimitar Warzone and you're interested in helping out with getting this map working again for the Amar Mimitar side, shoot me a message in game or on Discord. Hop in our COE comms, and we'll get you hooked up, and hopefully we'll get him what he needs. But that reminds me, if you're interested in helping us out, the Convocation of Empyreans is here to maximize player engagement with EVE Online. We attempt to engage with as many aspects of the game as possible, and then build solutions and lower barriers of entry for people to get involved. Trying to build tools and stuff like that, like my Abyssal cheat sheet and other guides and other stuff like that. So that's the Convocation of Empyrean's goals. The Convocation of Empyrean also contains Aderon Robotics. Aderon Robotics is our faction warfare group. That's mission is to secure the southern half of the war zone. If you are interested in helping with either or both of these efforts, I need moon miners. I need faction warfare pilots. We are newbie friendly in both sides of the organization, and we are learning focused. So, if you've never tried faction warfare before, if you don't have very much starter ISK, or whatever it is, go ahead and check out that Discord and hop in and get involved, because we'd be happy to have you. I need my moon's mind now. Very much so. Yeah, I need dudes for everything. I need industry dudes, I need war dudes, I need mining dudes. So, the Convocation recruitment is fully open again. And of course, Aderon and the faction warfare, the Galente Federation, could really use your help. We've kind of been on the back foot for a little over 2 years now. And it'd be nice to change that eventually. So, if you want to fly with some of the best pilots in EVE right now, if you want to join the side that basically guarantees you fights whenever you want, go ahead and come join the Galente and help us kick the teeth in of the Caldari. Yeah, we're Galente aligned. We also support the Dodixie market. So we've been putting a lot of effort into supplying the Dodixie market. So if you live in Galente space, then it might behoove you to double check there, so that way you don't have to run all the way up to Jita. If you live near Jita and you do PvE activities, consider moving out of Caldari space. There are significantly less gankers, scammers, other ne'er-do-wells. Not none. Everybody always well, yeah, you can get ganked in Galente space too. Not none. But the closer you are to Jita, the bigger the density of ne'er-do-wells you'll have. So come on down to Galente space. We've got drones, and buy local from Dodixie. All right. Next. Am I, yeah, hold on. Permit. Hold on. Permit. Container. Oh God, this isn't working. We're trying it live. Permit. There we go. I don't know if that's going to work. It'll tell you if it works. All right. Try now. Yeah. Heck and Wrens are also really good, but I don't support, I don't supply those, so I don't make money if you do. So go to Galente instead. All right. Oh. I think it's worth bragging a little bit. Oh, it didn't work? DM it to me and tell me when you did, and I'll go get it. I assume you can on Discord. So, the peak concurrent users. First of all, peak concurrent users is, I feel like I have to say every single time, peak concurrent users is an awful stat. All right? Like, if we look here, we can see that there's a pretty big fluctuation throughout the day, with the peak being at about 18 to 1900, right? And if we go back to previous days, we kind of see the same is true, right? So about every day at about 1800 Eve time is the peak. Now, US time zone is actually starts at around 2000. So that means that by the time, or 00, by the time the US time zone comes in, we're actually, the player base is cut off, right? Like there's clearly more people playing in the EU time zone than the US time zone. I think this is because the EU time zone are off work and doing their E stuff, and the US time zone still has people that are like logged in and doing stuff, or at least logged in while they're at work. So those two things like amplify each other, which is why that is exactly when we see our peak. Whereas like the Australians, like the roll off to Australia doesn't have quite the same synergy because it's the two biggest time zones on top of each other. Either way, that's not the point. The point is, if we look at this, we can see that on Sunday last week we had 25,000 people online, which was pretty good for what's been going on recently. Definitely not great compared to earlier numbers. But then this Sunday we saw over 30,000. For the first time in a few years, we have crossed over, or at least the first time in a while. Oh, I guess since the first time since February, certainly the first time since the announcements of the Plex changes and all that stuff, that the player base has been above 30%. Is this everything solved? No. Like I said, I think that like people within the game is now figuring out that the expansion is good, and cynicism is slowly being beaten through. But at the same time, what's really going to happen is once this gets outside of the normal EVE ecosystem and people throughout the gaming sphere find out that EVE is fun and has a good MPE and all that stuff, we could see hopefully a major increase in the player base. But for now, what we've seen is in just 1 week, we've seen a 20% uptick week to week, pretty much across the board. I've been checking all kinds of different time of day, different times of day, and they always come to between 15 to 30% increase week to week since the expansion. So that's a big one. Is there even a bigger expansion? Well, the Allegiance system is coming in Q1, and obviously you've got FanFest. So EVE has had terrible PR its entire existence. Spreadsheet Simulator, Psychopath Simulator, Spreadsheets in Space. You know, this game is so detailed, but like I love reading about it, but I don't love playing it. Oh, people are just terrible to you there. It's too hard. There's no direction. Like that's all you hear about EVE when you talk. Like this even was a problem with Valkyrie because it had the branding. I saw people like bringing up the fact that EVE is just, we're the trolls under the bridge to a lot of the online community. So the idea that like, no, really, Eve actually has a game to it now, which is like the Air career program, and will help you get into it, and it works out, could very well rapidly increase the popularity of the game. And the idea of faction warfare is a great idea to bring people in, right? Because faction war is a concept that you can understand without actually being an Eve player, right? If I said to a random MMOer that, oh yeah, our sovereignty system became revamped, that doesn't mean fucking shit to them. But almost every MMO that has a PvP system also has a faction warfare system, right? This idea of faction warfare of I team up with one of the NPC factions to promote their agenda in some sort of battle games. That's all kinds of, basically every PvP MMO in the last half decade at least. So it's using language and it's reaching people where they're at. So there's a really good chance that this game, or that this expansion could bring in, be very successful at bringing in new players. However, let's look at this. You can see here that while we have seen an uptick in new players, it's not that huge of an uptick. Well, actually, hold on. Is that all time? No, that's all time. So it looks like it's better here. Like, look at that. Oh man, past 6 months, it's been wildly getting better for the last little bit compared to there. You know, you can see this big spike past year at the very end. Oh my God, suddenly a bunch of people are making new characters and trying out the game and, you know, whatever. But then, and yes, there's always going to be people who are like, those are people creating alts, but alts are actually not as cool as they once were. So I digress. This is the all-time graph. So you can see, like, this is Ascension. This is the 2020 pandemic. So we see a good uptick in local time, but we've still got a little ways to go before we start hitting like historically noteworthy things. Yeah, I'm really happy to have the expansion system back again. $250 to catch up. Are you talking about the email that like tries to offer you a huge amount of skill points for cash? Because this always comes up. So yeah, I mean, we're not out of the woods yet, but we've got a fun game, and I'm having a blast. That's what matters to me. And I think that a lot of people are having a lot of fun. Now, the allegiance system in faction warfare is totally fucked right now, but hopefully the patch tomorrow will bring battlefields and a fix to the little wonkiness that we've been seeing. So, to conclude, I would like to introduce you to at least some basic concepts of faction warfare. Just in case you're thinking to yourself, I want to get into faction warfare, but I don't know how at the very beginning, right? So, first of all, here's the faction warfare map in-game. There are systems that are light blue. Systems that are adjacent to an enemy system are called front lines. Systems that are adjacent to a front line are called command outposts, and systems that are not adjacent to a front line or an enemy system are known as rear guard. There are different activities in each tier. For example, rear guard does not give any LP for running sites, but is the only place that you can find the data sites that you hack in order to get the propaganda towers and the listening posts to control advantage. But as a brand new faction warfare pilot, you're probably going to want to go to one of these front lines, because in a front line, you get 150% additional LP. LP is how you basically get all your money, right? LP is your pay. What are you going for? Well, among other things, like I never buy basic implants anymore because I just buy it with my LP. But more importantly, faction ships, comets, Imicus Navy, Imicus Navy, Catalyst Navy, Vexor Navy, Executor Navy, Myrmidon Navy. So this is the cheapest, easiest, best way to get faction ships. We are the source of faction ships and faction modules, technically. But how is Galmil doing? Better. We're doing better. We actually ended up with a pretty advantageous position, and I ain't gonna lie, Celis Agard taking that territory was a fucking godsend to us. Because check this out. This is kind of cool. Frontline systems, you can always dock in a frontline system, regardless of which side you're on. You can't dock in enemy command outposts or rearguard systems, okay? Used to be you couldn't dock in any enemy system at all. So, here's the thing. This whole chunk over here used to be faction warfare. But because it's not, it's now true that if we take these systems, this whole area becomes dark green. And if we take all 7 of these systems, this entire area becomes green. But on top of that, none of these systems that are adjacent to Galente systems can ever be anything besides front lines. If you notice, Lowe's does not have a Galente faction warfare system next to it, but it does have a Galente low-sec system next to it. So Lowe's can only ever be owned by the Galente or a frontline system of the Caldari, right? Likewise up here, in these places, even if we took, let me pick a name that I don't want to, if we took Hasama, it would be a frontline system, no matter what. We could take the entire war zone, and it would still be a frontline system, okay? So that's how this works. So because of this whole pocket becomes significantly more defensible than it was before, which is pretty cool. And then we have, of course, this conflict up here, where this is the one place where the Galente have a good chunk of rear guard so far, which is kind of interesting because it makes it so that there's very limited systems for Caldari to be able to get their propaganda towers, because there's only a handful of Galente systems that are in the rear guard, whereas there's a lot of Caldari systems that are in the rear guard, as you can see. So that's cool. It actually does benefit the losers in that way, which is kind of nice, or the people behind. I don't know. Loser is probably a bad word. So, all right, Ash, you've convinced me. I want to fight for the Federation, and I want to make wonderful Iskies so I can build faction dreads and win all of the money. Okay, great. So, the way that these systems are fought over is by running sites that we know that we call plexes. They're not actually called complexes. I couldn't actually tell you why we settled on the word plex, but plex for us means a faction warfare site. There are different sizes and different types of faction warfare sites. They either can be Navy or advanced, and they can be scout, small, medium, large, or open. So there can be like a large Navy, a small advanced. Navy sites can only allow T1 and Navy. Advanced allows T1 and T2 of the same type, and then T3 of one type up. Cool. So if I look at my overview, I see these plexes, right? So I can see that there's a Galente large advanced, large Navy, medium advanced, medium Navy, scout Navy, scout Navy, scout Navy. Okay? Lots of plexes. In fact, actually, most of these plexes start their life on the probe window. So you can actually look in the probe window and find plexes that may not even be active yet. But as soon as you warp to it, it notifies everybody like this, right? We didn't see any smalls, right? Oh, no, there's this small. Galente small Navy at 2.2. But that's not the one I'm looking at. So this Galente small Navy has not been opened yet. But if I warp to it, even if I cancel warp, did you see it? It jumped down here, and now it's right here. So that site was closed, and when I warped to it, it made that site visible. So that allows you to see when somebody first opens a Plex. But otherwise, you need to find them in the probe scanner. Okay? Now, let's do this and hope we don't die. A Plex consists of 3 basic pieces. The first is the gate, which is the outside. The inside has the button, which is where you have to be near in order to progress, although that's kind of changed a little bit. And then there's the beacon, which is where you land when you use the gate. You can activate the gate anywhere within 100 kilometers of it on the outside, so you can warp at range. And if you set your D-scan range to minimum, to this 0.1, it'll let you know if there's anything inside the gate or inside the Plex. So it doesn't look like there's anything inside this Plex, so we're going to go on in. Yes, Mimitar and Galente can help each other. Yeah, well, this is actually very much the same. I'm going to do more lesson. I want to do more teaching later, or whatever. But today is whatever. So this is the Plex. So this thing right here, that's the beacon, or that's the button, and this is the beacon. They've moved the two of them much closer together. They used to be 10K apart. Now they're about 5K apart. So you have to be within this ring in order to be counted. If you are in this ring and no enemies, none of your enemy militia are in the ring, then the timer ticks down. All this is a King of the Hill site, okay? So in 14 minutes and 8 seconds, assuming that nobody comes to stop me, this site will complete and I will be rewarded for it, okay? Now, every once in a while, an NPC will spawn in the site, and you do have to kill the NPC. So you do need to have enough damage or whatever to kill the NPC. Although, here's a pro tip. The new faction warfare rats are based on the invasion rats, which means you can newt them. Just something to think about. Anywho, shh, I didn't tell you. All right. So once this is done, I receive LP. Now, this is going to be defensive Plex, and it's barely contested, so it's not going to be very much LP, but this is just for example purposes. If I was to do this in a faction warfare system, also this Plex is at 13 minutes because it's already partially Plexed up by the Caldari, so I'm having to undo their stuff. So if I came in here and it was fresh, it'd be at 10 minutes, and if we were in a front lines, when it was done, I'd be getting 15,000 LP. And LP is worth somewhere between 1.5 to 3K ISK per LP, depending on what you do and how you do it. So if you think about it, that's pretty darn good ISK. That's 15 plus, it's 30 million ISK for 10 minutes of work in a T1 frigate that's built for combat. And if somebody comes in, you fight them. And the neat thing is, like, a lot of people like to complain, or I know a lot of people complain about not being able to get a fight. And I probably won't get one here because I'm specifically in a system, like, doing a thing that's, like, probably not going to get very much attention. But here's the thing. You start plexing, the other side has to pay attention to that. Because every time you finish a site, you raise the contested value to your side or lower it back down to stable if you're defending. So, on a long enough timeline, within a very short period of time, really, the state has to do something about it, right? So I very, very, very frequently, basically every single time I try it, you can get more fights by just going into a Plex, especially near the front lines or in the front lines, and just sitting in the Plex, than you will ever get by roaming or by diving into Plexes. But the problem is that it's hard to do that as a pirate because the pirates can't run the Plexes, so the enemy militia knows that, so they don't feel compelled to have to kick you out. But yeah, like, this is it. I'm in a T1 frigate. I am advancing the efforts of my empire. I will make some money off of this when it's done. And at any given time, I could get some enemies that show up. And the cool thing is that because I can see the enemies on D-scan ahead of time, if there's just like a shit ton of garbage shows up on D-scan, like a gank group or whatever, I just leave, right? I just align out. And when they land in the Plex, I just warp off, right? So you can kind of, it's got a defender's advantage. I know exactly where they're going to land. They're going to land on this beacon. So if I'm a brawly ship, I can be right next to the beacon and ensure that they start right next to me. Or if I'm a snipey ship, I can be 20 kilometers out and make sure that they're at my optimal. Yeah, if I see some garbage show up, I'll just pre-align and then warp as soon as they land. The invasion rats, like the Rasnaborgs and stuff, and most of the event rats can be neuted, jammed, and dampened. Now, there is a lot of new things that were introduced, mostly involving the advantage system. And supposedly tomorrow we're getting the battlefields, which are these big war zones where both sides have NPCs fighting, and you're supposed to go in and like help them win their fight, I guess. I haven't actually heard that much about them yet, but we will be checking them out. But like that's kind of, at any given time there should be like one battlefield going on or something like that. So it's basically like the big focus. If you want to get into a fleet fight, chances are you'll be able to open up, find the battlefield, head there. Meanwhile, ask in militia or look in your fleet viewer and hop in the militia fleet and get to work, right? We need many, many people, and anybody can join the militia. You do have to, if you are in a corp, your entire corp has to be in militia, or your entire alliance need to be in a militia, because it does use the war deck system. So, but next year you'll be able to do the allegiance system, so that probably won't be true anymore. But for now, you can, if you just want to enjoy the experience without actually having to do the faction warfare stuff, and you don't mind not getting paid, well, guess what? This is a target-rich environment. Pirates can come here too and kill stuff, right? So, this is pretty much it. This is it. I just wait for a fight. Pro tip, go to the Empire space. Yes, do not be in the opposing faction's high sec when you join a militia. But I think that in order to join most of the militia NPC corps, I think you have to dock in that Empire space. But if you join a militia corp, like a player corp, you might, like, we've had people that joined Aderon while they're still in Jita, and that's a recipe for a bad time. So we're not actually going to wait out this timer because it's not going to reward me anyways. But we're just going to go check to make sure my clone is blank. And I've got to go, guys. I've really got to go. I was going to show off more. But let's go see if I can like get a fight in like 3 minutes or something like that. How about that? Can I die in 3 minutes? 4 minutes? I don't need people. You don't need to pay people to aggress me. And Aderon Robotics has free ships available. We've got ships on contract if you want to get a good fit, but you don't want to buy one for cash from CCP. And, you know, we've got fleets going on, and we're actively part of the major militia. So there is a lot going on, guys. Like, the thing about faction warfare is round-the-clock action by necessity. So let's see. We'll just go to the small for now. There's actually not, we dominated this system, so I might not be able to do it. Hold on. Let me go to OMS. Maybe there's more stuff there. Right now it looks like our militia is holding ground here. So yeah, the Corp logo is a hologram. And also the Alliance logo and the Corp logo are separate. You can have them both. Because the Astero, the Corp logo is on the back and the Alliance logo is on the side. Let's go to Old Man Star, see if there's anything there. If not, then we'll wait. No problem, Mark. I know, Luke. Or I know, Spoons. I'm keeping an eye on the timer. In 5 minutes, I'm basically going to cut the stream one way or another. But I guess in the meantime, I would really like to thank my Patreon people. And if you want to support me, that's really the best way to do it, is to join that illustrious group. Oh, you're here? Sweet. Well, then I guess we'll simulate, because there is a lot more. Oh, there you are. So there's a scout Navy. Great. I'm going there. It's 27 AU away, so I can't descan it ahead of time, but I can descan what's inside once I get on the gate. And if any of this ideas kind of interest you, feel free to consider joining Aderon Robotics. Okay, so inside there's a Punisher and an Imperial Navy Slicer. I'm gonna bet that it's allied, but we'll find out. And now there's a Coercer landing. And given its name, I'm going to guess that that's Professor. Prospector? This guy. So yeah, there's some friends in here. So because we're allied militia, you know, we kind of, if they were to engage me or me to engage them, you know, whatever, that's AWOXing, and you would lose some standings. So it behooves us to actually work together, right? Also, there are sites are either labeled 1 or 5, right? So is it just, wait, this is an outpost? I don't know, whatever. Either way. So like this Caldari Navy, small Navy 5 means that this pays out to 5 people full prize, the full amount. So you don't necessarily need to worry, like, be mad if somebody else shows up. It behooves you to kind of team up. Oh, you don't want to come in with your Coercer? This is a good fight, dude. 3 frigates versus a Coercer. Whatever, man. All right, fine. Oh no, the Slicer isn't even here. All right. Check the time. All right, let's go look in here, see if this is it's a comet. Okay, tons of Coercer Navy issues. That's probably, oh. Let's fuck it. Let's go die. That's what we're trying to do right now. We're just trying to get into a fight. There's smart ways to do it. We're doing none of those. Yeah, people can get upset if it's only a 1, but at least the fact that it does, that there are 5s make it a lot better than it was. I'll put it that way. It's on the inside. No, they're not here. Ah. Is this like the anti-stream sniping? Where am I going now? Small Navy? This is going to be ugly. I think that that's a kill squad coming in on that comet. Let's find out. Oh, no, nope, they're friendly. God damn it. Well, then maybe the guy inside is enemy. Whatever happened to fighting a fight fast? We're dominating this area, apparently. Like, I didn't realize that we had so many militiamen of our guys in this. Oh, hey, look. That's it. That's what happens when you go into 5 Navy destroyers with your Tristan. Doesn't last very long. There you go. How do you get ships in the low sec? Either jump freighters or other options. So yeah, there you go. Even with all of our militia guys here, I'm still able to go get blown up. You don't have to go to Tama. I don't recommend it. So there you go. We also stock the markets here now, so you can usually get some basic equipment. And if you join Aeron Robotics, we have contracts like that Tristan that I just showed you, which is actually a really good fighter. I have some good videos of me fighting with it available on contract. So it's just not very effective against 5 Navy destroyers, right? So, yep. But I also, I'm pretty proud of the fact that I guessed what was happening, right? Well, sort of. I knew that I guessed that the suspects were the Courser Ginks team. So, yeah. That's it. I've been Ash Rothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even to context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you all for watching. If you are new here, make sure to subscribe, like, or either way, make sure to give a like and a comment or whatever. This VOD is going to be made available right away as an unlisted on my archives playlist. That's how we're going to be doing it from now on. So that way, nobody doesn't have access to it. I hope to see you guys tomorrow, but no promises. But, you know, definitely as later in the week, we're going to be learning more and diving deeper into faction warfare from here on out, as well as discussing all the normal things that we do for EVE Online. As we try to increase the literacy of EVE Online within the player base and maximize player engagement with EVE Online. Thank you all for coming, and extra special thanks to my patrons, especially Erdenika the Queen, Black Rose Noble, Dejat Lamont, Golden Age Stories, Midnight Space Monkey, Not Just Fun, Strenolin with No Eyes, Ciliana Valesh, Talking in Stations, Nephilim, Grendel, and Zalnex, as well as Ebo Leet, my immortal patron. These guys and more are the supporters that make all of this possible, along with your memberships to get all you can do to get those cool emotes and other little prizes and such. Obviously, Patreon is the best way to support me. But if you want to get some merch, we now have a merch store with the EVE Universe branding on it. So that's really exciting. And I hope to be able to get some for myself soon. But without further ado, I think that about wraps it up. Like I said, I'm going to shoot for tomorrow, but I'm not making any promises. Because when I promise, then heaven and earth moves, and there's no way I can possibly do it. So we're just going to say probably tomorrow. Keep an eye on my Twitter and my YouTube for more information. And if you want to, actually, the best way to stay up to date is if you go into the Discord, the COE Discord. There's a public channel that allows you to put roles on yourself. If you flag yourself as YouTube or Twitch, then when content creators go live on Twitch, or when YouTubers put up YouTube videos, or I go live on YouTube, like, we post on there with those pings. So by flagging yourself with that, by going in there and reacting and getting that tag, you'll be notified anytime that a new I go live or other people go live or whatever. So just a service. If you are a content creator, let me know, and I can give you the permission to be able to post in there. So blah blah blah. All right, I gotta go. So love you all. I've been Ash Rothi. Until next time, I'll see you in space.